Win or go home is more than just a playoff slogan tonight. It's what the Timberwolves, the Spurs, and the Kings are facing as we welcome you back to the NBA Playoffs 2000. Ernie Johnson in Atlanta. We already know there's going to be at least one Game 5 in the first round, and that will be Thursday night. The Bucks and the Pacers at Indiana. The rest of the East is already set. None of the West is, but a few issues could be settled tonight. Just moments from now, here on TNT, Kevin Garnett, with 2 triple-doubles in the series, will try to keep Minnesota alive against Portland. We'll follow that up with Game 4 of the Kings-Lakers series. Shaq and company lost Game 3 when the Kings outscored them 33-20 in the fourth. There's another Game 4 tonight, and it's in Phoenix, and it's going to be on our sister network TBS an hour from now. The champion Spurs try to fight off first-round elimination in Phoenix. So settle in, everybody. Grab the clicker and get set for more of the NBA Playoffs 2000. Let's get to the Target Center and Marv Albert.
All right, Ernie, thank you. A sellout crowd of better than 19,000 turning out here at the Target Center in Minneapolis, looking to provide another emotional lift for the Timberwolves, who are hoping to extend this best-of-5 playoff series to a final game in Portland on Thursday night. The Trailblazers looking to recapture what took place over the first 2 games and close it out this evening to advance to the conference semifinals. That is the setting as we welcome you to the Twin Cities. Hi, everybody. I'm Marv Albert along with the Czar. Mike Fratello will be joined in a moment by Cheryl Miller. Well, Czar, this past Sunday afternoon here in Minneapolis with the crowd going at a fever pitch, Game 3 was won by Minnesota. They came out sizzling. They shot 54% from the field, and it was the combination of Kevin Garnett and Terrell Brandon who got the T-Wolves back into this series.
Mark, there's no question that Kevin Garnett is the spiritual and emotional leader of this Minnesota team, as well as being normally their big scorer and best defensive player. And he's got very impressive numbers after the first game, as we see him averaging over 19 points a game, 11 rebounds in over 43 minutes. But the guy who has really stepped his game up in these 3 playoff games thus far is Terrell Brandon. Brandon leads the team in minutes, leads them in scoring, almost 22 points while shooting 53%, and leads them in assists, 30 assists and only 6 turnovers. A cute little wrinkle by Coach Flip Saunders to help Brandon out. Normally, Terrell Brandon is the kind of guy that comes off the screens using his own dribble to create shots. Now they put the ball in Kevin Garnett's hands. He feeds Brandon coming off the baseline screen to make him a better jump shooter and help take some of that Portland pressure off the tiny point guard.
Now, over the first 3 games of this series, the Blazers' all-star forward Rasheed Wallace has actually played a lesser role offensively, the way Rasheed was going during the course of the regular season. We talked about it earlier with Portland coach Mike Dunleavy, and he said he'd like to see him pick it up at the offensive end.
The Portland team is so deep, they can get scoring from so many areas that sometimes you can get caught up in the team aspect a little bit too much. Not like Rasheed's numbers aren't impressive thus far for what he's done in the playoff games. Whenever you have a guy averaging over 41 minutes, getting you 13 points, shooting over 52%, I think the key statistic is only 10 field goal attempts per game. Your instinct tells you, hey, if somebody's shooting 52%, we've got to get him more shots at the basket. Well, let's credit Minnesota's defense. When he touches the ball, they double team him immediately. He's such a team guy, such an unselfish player, that he's looking and finding open teammates. So maybe he's taken unselfish basketball a little too far. He may need to be a little more assertive this evening.
All right, so coming up, it's Game 4 of the best-of-5 between Portland and Minnesota. We'll be back with the opening tip in a moment. When we come back, we'll be joining Ernie Johnson in the studio in Atlanta, and Ernie has big news out of Phoenix.
I think that everyone is looking for a purpose in life. First thing off, I want an education. I want to learn something new, something important. I want to take center stage, take charge. see the places that made history, surround myself with interesting people. I want to be anything but average. I want to learn more about computers, start a career. The bottom line is, I just want to make a difference.
You have plans. Let the Air Force help you get them off the ground.
Challenges are a good thing.
Well, look what we got here. How you folks doing? Okay, sir, what we're going to do is an intoxication test. Shoulder width apart, spread your arms out, lean your head back, and touch your nose. And touch your nose.
Live instant replay.
And touch your nose.
It's mostly for sports. Mostly.
Officer Lund, I think we got it.
Some televisions have all the fun.
Replay TV.
Happy, Daddy.
Is that beautiful?
He's so handsome.
He is beautiful. Who should we send it to first?
Oh, Michael and Claire.
800 megahertz computer.
Oh.
They're going to love him.
Bye-bye. Oh, Michael.
Yeah.
We have an email from Amy and Roger. I bet it's a picture of their baby.
MSN Internet access.
What a cute little baby, don't you think? Michael.
And a digital camera for exceptionally vivid images.
Turn on the fun, Best Buy.
All right, the Blazers and the Timberwolves ready to run at the Target Center in a game that will either send the Blazers into the conference semis or send them to Portland for Game 5 on Thursday. Ernie Johnson back at you from Studio A. That's Game 1 of our doubleheader. Game 2 is in Sacramento. The Lakers up 2-1 on the Kings. Meantime, less than an hour from now, 9 o'clock in the East on TBS in Phoenix, the Suns will try to put away the champion Spurs. Tim Duncan won't play, but the Suns' Jason Kidd will. He has had to watch the series from the bench while his broken left ankle heals. He missed the last 9 games of the regular season, but the word from Phoenix is that he will start tonight. So Jason Kidd in the starting lineup for Phoenix. That's the Spurs and the Suns playing tonight on TBS at 9 o'clock, featuring Rodney Rogers, the 6th Man of the Year award winner in the NBA. Lakers and Kings later tonight on TNT as Shaq and company try to close out Sacramento. But coming up next here on TNT, the Portland Trail Blazers and Scottie Pippen trying to close out the Minnesota Timberwolves and Kevin Garnett, who's had 2 triple-doubles in the series. Enjoy it, folks.
Dandruff, psoriasis, scalp dermatitis. If you ask all the dermatologists listed here to recommend a therapeutic shampoo, Neutrogena T-Gel would come out #1. T-Gel works on all 3 itchy, flaky scalp conditions. Neutrogena T-Gel, it works.
In the new internet economy, 96% of the Fortune E50 run Oracle. Oracle. Software powers the internet.
It's your vision, your business. Run it your way with Blue for Business.
In my business, I buy online one day, offline the next.
With Blue, you save either way.
Walk-in traffic I've got. Web traffic I need.
We can make the web work for you. And Blue has the Smart Chip. Check your account online, then pay all at once or over time with no annual fee. How cool is that? Run your business your way with Blue for Business. New from American Express.
What are you thinking, Arnie?
Vigoro.
Arnold Palmer's Bay Hill Club uses the high-performance technology of Ultra Vigoro lawn fertilizer. It greens in 72 hours and lasts up to 3 months. If it's good enough for Arnie's lawn, just imagine what it will do for yours. Buy it at the Home Depot.
First shine you can't stop looking at? Wet tire shine and A to Z wheel cleaner from Eagle One.
NBA Playoffs 2000 on TNT. Brought to you by Bud Light. For the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light. By Eagle One Car Appearance Products. For the look you dream about. By Merrill Lynch, who invite you to log on to ML.com, the smartest place to invest online. And by the Home Depot, America's home improvement coach. Welcome back to the Target Center in Minneapolis. Well, Flip Saunders saying he was looking for the same kind of high decibel level the T-Wolves heard on Sunday afternoon in game number 3, and I think he has gotten his wish. They're going wild here tonight. A look at the Gatorade starting lineups. Damon Stoudemire hoping to turn it from the 0 for 8 in game 3. The Timberwolves led by Kevin Garnett. 11 of 22 for 23 points, second triple-double of the season, and the outstanding all-around performance by Terrell Brandon, who played all 48 minutes. Right here, let's check in with Cheryl Miller.
Thanks a lot, Marv. Well, during the regular season, Portland's deep bench was the envy of the league. Players Bonzi Wells, Detlef Schrempf, Gary, Brian Grant, and also Jermaine O'Neal, they averaged 30 points per game. Well, during this series, that has not been the case, where they've only averaged 12 points. Well, Bonzi Wells says even though they have not received the minutes that they normally would because of a shortened rotation, they still have to be ready when called upon. Marv, Mike?
All right, thanks, Cheryl. The officials, Don Baden, Steve Javie, and Ted Bernhardt. The winner of this series faces the winner between Utah and Seattle. And the Jazz and Sonics will play game number 4 tomorrow night in Seattle. Utah up 2 games to 1. They are on their feet for the opening tip. If the T-Wolves can win tonight, they go to a 5th and final game in Portland on Thursday. Keep in mind, Portland has lost 3 in a row, only 1 time this season.
Well, I think Minnesota is going into this game with a lot of confidence. In their 2 losses, they came out of it feeling really good about themselves. It's interesting. You can lose, but know that you were right there. You did things the right way. Perhaps a couple of shots didn't fall. You may have missed a couple of free throws, but you get that good feeling. Then they come back home with the support of the crowd. They get a big win here. We'll see what happens early on.
Here's Wally Szczerbiak trying to get into it offensively. He has been occupied at the defensive end over the first 3 games. Brandon for Garnett. And Steve Smith with the rebound.
You saw a lot of attention being paid to Terrell Brandon early on as he had the ball, came off the screen. They were all over him not to give him a clean, quick look in the game.
Garnett opening up against Wallace. Brandon playing Stoudemire, and well, there it is. His first field goal. That has to feel good. His first field goal in 2 games.
Well, the other side of it is, besides being shut out from the floor last game, it has to make Stoudemire feel good because he's putting more pressure on Brandon at the defensive end of the floor. Idea is to make him work.
And to make matters worse for Damon Stoudemire, fouled out in game 3. Here comes Pippen. Scottie Pippen, a little hesitation move.
We heard Mike Dunleavy tell us prior to the game, whichever team can create the right tempo tonight will probably win. You can see the tempo they want right away. In, up quick, take advantage of transition.
Garnett got the step and then rejected. Pippen came over to help out.
He tried to get that shot up between Rasheed Wallace, Sabonis, and Pippen, and was pinned behind the backboard. Tough one right there.
Scottie Pippen came out, hit a couple of threes in the first half in game 3. Did not get into it offensively. Missed 2 layups, wide open layups. Sabonis, yes. And the Blazers have come out with a 6-0 lead. They've hit their first 3 shots.
That's because Nesterovic had to go back into the lane to protect the basket when Stoudemire went past Brandon. That allowed Sabonis to step out and face up.
Szczerbiak. Sabonis trying to get to him on a switch, but was not in time.
He's not going to be able to get out near the 3-point line as far as rotations go.
Portland with the ball and a 6-2 lead. Stoudemire, very candid about the game he had the other day. He said he stunk, and he said it will not happen again.
He had a little switch. Yeah, I'm sorry, a little switch there defensively that time by Portland, and what Minnesota did was immediately come around and try to get on the top side, real high side of the postman, resulting turnover. I'm sorry, I'm so excited right now.
I can tell. Malik Sealy. So the Blazers with a 6-4 advantage. of it. Malik Sealy did a nice job the other day against Scottie Pippen.
They've cross-matched here, Minnesota, defensively. Sealy on Pippen. They feel that Pippen is a little too quick, a little too smart right now for Serbiak. Meanwhile, Serbiak can play Smith's post-up better.
Beautiful setup as Brandon got it to Nestarovic. Russia Nestarovic, not a guy who put a lot of points on the board, but he's done a good job at the defensive end and done a nice job against Arvydas Sabonis. So the game tied at 6. Here's Wallace. The tip by Sabonis. The Blazers with an 8-6 lead to end the 6-0 run by Portland. Brandon using the pick and unleashes. Brown wanted a foul as Wallace made contact with Garnett. Stoudemire hit by Brandon. How about Terrell Brandon the other day? Goes 48 minutes, just 1 turnover. That was it.
Well, he has always been at the top of the league in assist-turnover ratio, and as I mentioned in our open tonight, he has 30 assists going into this game, but only 6 turnovers in 3 playoff games.
4 minutes gone by in the first quarter. Smith rejected. Nestarovic got a piece of it. Serbiak on the pull-up. Yes. The rookie out of Miami of Ohio, Wally Serbiak with a second field goal, and the game is tied at 8.
When you talk about determination, he knew that he chased the ball down, dribbled at the length of the court. He was getting that shot up, regardless of if Sealy was wide open in the right-hand corner.
Brandon takes it to the rim. Brandon on the recovery and a foul. Foul committed by Smith, his first.
I think Cliff Saunders wants to see his team go up and down here in the beginning of the first quarter. Normally, this is a team that gets to the second, third, fourth option. That's when they play their best, executing their half-court set. But he knows the crowd is behind him. They're so emotional coming out after the last win. He's going to let him go for a while here.
Blazers and T-Wolves are tied at 8. Sealy. And the block by Sabonis. Here's Brandon. He's fouled. It counts. And the foul.
Terrell Brandon normally has a little hitch in his jump shot just before he shoots and releases it. As he comes at Sabonis, the hitch gets Sabonis in the air, and then Brandon just ducks a little bit to his left to get a clear view of the rim and winds up converting the jumper and now goes to the foul line.
Terrell Brandon, who spent 6 years with you in Cleveland and displayed that.
That's terrible. He was an all-star point guard. He did a terrific job in Cleveland. He was a fan favorite. You're not going to find a finer person or basketball player. Just had a great stay in Cleveland.
Serbiak on the foul. 6:54 remaining in this opening quarter. The T-Wolves are up by 3.
Hey, grab me a Bud Light. Oh, no. Would you look at that? There's only one left. Really? Sorry, buddy. What are you doing? You all done? Oh, yeah.
With a great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down.
I've got an idea.
Make it a Bud Light.
And good morning. Here's the news from Wall Street. Our Global Securities Group reports of some concern in the equity market. If global monetary policy tightens enough to spark a rally in bonds, we're predicting the market could broaden away from investors' recent TMT favorites. The investment story in Asia appears to be changing for the better. An important part of that trend is the rapid financial and technological transformation that is taking place in Japan. In the U.S., we at Merrill Lynch expect continued strong...
ML.com, the smartest place to invest online.
Teresa Weatherspoon at the buzzer at 3. The crowd is absolutely stunned. One of the most amazing finishers in the WNBA.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Unbelievable. She put it in. And the Liberty win game 2.
know that Damon is going to try to come back and redeem himself, and Portland guys are competitive. So I know that I have my hands cut out for me, but, you know, just like the series, Damon and I haven't gotten caught up in the matchup all year or naturally this series, but we're making history with two players from Northeast Portland going at it for a playoff series. I think we're more concentrating on that and representing our neighborhood than naturally going against each other.
Yes, that's an all-Portland matchup, Terrell Brandon, Damon Stoudemire. Mike, the T-Wolves opened the season at 7-13 and then turned it around. But when things were going badly at the time, there were many people who looked at Terrell Brandon as a problem. There was trade speculation. Now he is considered part of the solution.
Let's face it, it was tough coming in here following Stephon Marbury. Marbury is a sensational player as Scottie Pippen turns the corner and finishes it off. Marbury is a sensational player. I think the people here saw Garnett and Marbury as the two cornerstones for many, many years of success here for the franchise. Brandon comes in. He's kind of a foreigner here to what's going on. They get off to a bad start, and immediately the easy thing to do is blame him. He cannot be Stephon Marbury. They're completely different people, different type of basketball players. They're both great basketball players. They both helped their teams win games, as they eventually found out about Terrell.
Timberwolves with a 1-point lead as we hit the halfway mark of this first quarter. Good play by Garnett in fronting, keeping it away from Wallace. Sealy not able to hit. Pippen thought he was fouled. Here's Nastarovic, and he is fouled. Foul committed by Rasheed Wallace. That is his first.
Kevin Garnett is not going to allow Rasheed Wallace to catch the ball down the low post there. Watch right here as Wallace eventually flashes in there. You're going to see Garnett come around from behind, get in front, steal the lob over the top. Front to low post. Don't allow him to get touches in there.
Rusho Nastarovic, just a 57% free throw shooter. 23 years old, from Slovenia. First-round pick last year, but played in Italy, leading his team to the Euro League final. Appeared in the Wolves' final couple of games of the regular season, then played in 3 playoff games. More of a finesse player, very quick, and thus has provided some problems for Sabonis. Stoudemire set it up for Sabonis. Oh, look out. Collision between Sealy and Wallace, nothing called. Garnett. Now Sealy. Garnett kept it alive. Here's Sealy. And a bad pass. Stoudemire with Pippen. Damon Stoudemire. That ties the game at 12.
Mike Dunleavy had mentioned to us prior to the game, we must make the easy shots near the basket. We missed probably 5 or 6 of them last game. The lob pass to Sabonis. Those are the kinds of things he's talking about. Catch him, finish him off, make your layups inside.
Illegal defense called for the first time against the Blazers. Clock is reset. Minnesota will have 14 on the 24. Coming up on 5 minutes left in this first quarter. Brandon behind the back for Nastarovic. And another possession for the Timberwolves.
Second shot opportunities when a team is shooting 48% from the floor in 3 playoff games. You don't want to give them any extra chances. Great pass.
Beautifully done, but Nastarovic could not take advantage.
That's what Portland had happen last game. He missed those easy ones. Now Minnesota affected by it.
Pippen. Terrell Brandon protecting the basketball. What a pass on Garnett. Not able to hit, looking for a foul call. There's no call. The ball carried out of bounds. It will go back to Portland.
Brandon looking left, but finds Garnett right underneath. Ball hits rim, goes out of bounds. There's nobody's hand on that.
Minnesota now 5 for 17. They missed their last 6. Oh, Sabonis picks it off. Careless pass by Garnett. Pippen lobs, and And Rasheed Wallace has given the Blazers a 14-12 lead.
Already, we've seen a couple of careless turnovers by Minnesota that just weren't there last game. The pass from underneath by Sealy, that time Garnett on the outlet pass.
In fact, a record low turnover performance, setting an NBA playoff record for both clubs. Flip Saunders, though, wants to talk it over.
CNN Sports Illustrated, the sports network.
Invest online.
It's found in the healing power of laughter, in the comfort of understanding, the joy of a happy ending. It's the promise of giving, the hope in a child's eyes, the security of a mother's arms. It's a gentle touch, a warm smile, an encouraging voice. It's our enduring belief in the human spirit and the little things that matter.
Ah, the Northwest. Fresh air, the great outdoors. The place for adventure. And your Toyota dealer can lead you to it with the powerful, gutsy Toyota trucks. Like the full-size Tundra, the tough Tacoma 4x4, or all-new Stepside. Lease Tundra, Motor Trend's Truck of the Year, for just $299 a month for 36 months, with $39.49 due at signing. So crank it up and let the good times roll in a Toyota truck. Just see your Toyota dealer today. We're leading the way.
Back in Minnesota, the Blazers with a 2-point lead on the T-Wolves. 3:49 remaining in this first quarter. A look at the Western Conference brackets. Lakers and Sacramento coming up as the second of our doubleheader here on TNT. Sacramento hoping to extend the series with a victory at home. And San Antonio and Phoenix on TBS. The Phoenix Suns up 2-1. Tim Duncan is sitting it out. There's Kevin McHale, the vice president of the Minnesota Timberwolves, Hall of Famer. This club off to a slow start. They have not scored 0 for the last 6 over the last 3.5 minutes. Serbiak, yes, well, he's had the touch. It's off the 1 for 5 in game 2. Was not a factor offensively in game 3. He now has 6 points.
Nice move off the timeout. Flip Saunders puts his 2 best offensive players on the same side of the floor. He runs Brandon off a low Garnett screen. They know they're going to draw a lot of attention. When he catches, he looks opposite, finds his shooter.
This is a matchup of the 2 top shooting teams in the NBA. Wally Serbiak obviously feeling it.
Well, you would think, these 2 teams, Portland led at 4-7-0. And Minnesota's second, 4-6-7 right behind him. And yet Minnesota's taken it to a higher level at over 48% for the first 3 games of the playoffs.
And Don Baden says it is Portland ball off that scramble. So Pippen will throw in. Just under 3 remaining in the first quarter. Anthony Peeler has come on for the first time and is very busy trying to front Steve Smith. Stoudemire's pass intercepted by Garnett. Here comes Brandon. Wallace chasing. Terrell Brandon on the breakaway. Portland trying to beat Minnesota on the transition, but the T-Wolves got back. Minnesota by 2. Pippen. Last touch by Wallace.
Anticipating the pass out, Garnett fakes in, steps back, gets the long arm up, and then pitches it out in front so Brandon can outrace Wallace to the basket.
The lob for Garnett. Sabonis and Wallace not looking that way. And Brandon and Garnett reading it right down the court.
Get your best guys involved in your plays. Brandon, Garnett. We've seen them do it now a couple times in a row for Minnesota.
And that gets the crowd going. Minnesota up by 4. Sabonis, a wild shot, and then able to tip it home.
It's not a wild shot. It was a backboard pass to himself so he could tip it back in after the first one came off the glass. You just didn't realize that.
Absolutely. I know you scouting Arvidas in his earlier days?
Many years
in
ago.
Europe, yes, had seen it.
Drafted in that film, I recall.
But he did not sign with the Hawks, and then eventually was drafted in Portland, was able to wait around, and eventually decided to play in the United States.
And they changed the rule a year after redrafting. At that time, if you drafted someone, did not sign him the first year, he went back into the draft. The next year, they changed it. You held his rights for then on until you signed him.
Steve Smith with his first field goal, and that ties the game at 18 with 1 minute left in the first. Anthony Peeler had the hot hand down the stretch the other day. Nesterovic with a jump hook. Nicely done by Rusho Nesterovic. 5 points for the 23-year-old, and the Wolves up by 2. Wallace for 3. Well, Minnesota, after going through some rocky times, settling down as his first quarter closes down. Peeler got the crowd going with that behind the back maneuver, and Garnett finishes it off.
You know, Mark, Nesterovic has shown so much growth just in a season. Now, granted, an NBA season is almost 3 full college seasons. But it goes to show you, when you get games under your belt to experience how you can develop as a player, as Stoudemire misses the elbow jumper right there. But he has really come on during the course of this year, playing with so much more confidence.
And this first quarter comes to a close. The T-Wolves with a 4-point lead on the Blazers. Nesterovic, 5 points and 5 rebounds. Back with the second in a moment. In the second quarter, Portland 9 of 20 from the field. Minnesota 10 for 26. Came on late after going through a down period, and it's a 4-point Minnesota lead. Well, beginning at 9 o'clock Eastern time on TBS, it'll be game 4 between the Spurs and the Suns. As Ernie reported earlier, Jason Kidd will play tonight. In fact, will be in the starting lineup for Phoenix, back from the broken ankle, missed 9 games at the end of the regular season, plus the first 3 games of this series. And Tim Duncan will sit it out once again for San Antonio. Greg Anthony has checked in for the first time for the Blazers. Second quarter underway. Brian Grant also on the floor. Grant did a terrific job in the fourth quarter the other day in game 3. Shot clock running down, and Grant fires away. Crowd reacts to the air ball. Greg Anthony and Mike Dunleavy claiming it was deflected.
Well, they wanted 2 things. They wanted the deflection, and then when they couldn't get that, they said foul. They wanted the second one if we weren't going to get the first one.
Sam Mitchell, who just checked in, hits the 3. The veteran Sam Mitchell, Minnesota's all-time leading scorer in his 11th NBA season. Pippen is stopped and fouled. The 3 by Mitchell makes it a 7-0 run for Minnesota. Scottie Pippen is headed to the line. Nesterovic called for the foul, his first.
Interesting how a small piece adds to chemistry of a team. Sam Mitchell, when he was a free agent, Minnesota did not want him to leave, did not want him to go and get picked up by someone else. They did a whole lot to try and keep him here. They're so happy to have his veteran leadership, particularly in the locker room. This is one tough guy who's not afraid to step up and tell the younger guys what has to be done. He's been great for Kevin Garnett.
A hand is for Rusho Nesterovic as he sits down. Joe Smith has checked in. Anthony Peeler able to save it, so Brandon and Peeler in the backcourt. Garnett with Smith and Mitchell up front. Joe Smith still bothered by that hyperextended right knee. The injury aggravated the game on Sunday. Brandon. Mike Dunleavy now has Steve Smith. Greg Anthony in the backcourt. Another bad pass, but a nice play by Garnett, able to reach for that interception.
almost not like it's a bad pass if it's Kevin Garnett. His arms are so long that it's a different situation. He suddenly reaches out and snatches it.
He does distort things. Yes. However, Timberwolves give it right back on a turnover. A minute and a half gone by in the second. Marv Albert with the czar, Mike Fratello, along with Cheryl Miller. Rasheed Wallace cannot get to that lead pass. Picked off by Pippen. Smith from downtown. Wallace. And a foul. Basket won't count. Wallace heads to the line. A little different story in the turnover department as compared to what took place on Sunday, where these two clubs set a playoff record. Fewest combined turnovers, only 13, 6 for Portland, 7 by Minnesota. Wallace to the line. At this point, Portland with 6 turnovers, and Minnesota with 4. Bobby Jackson will come on for the first time. And Terrell Brandon will finally sit down. He played all 48 minutes in Game 3. Gets a rest right here.
I saw Flip Saunders when the quarter ended walk out, meet Brandon on the floor, say, how do you feel? Do you want to come out now, take your blow, or stay on for a while? Brandon said, I'm fine. You could see him talking to his coach. So he left him out to start the second quarter. 2 minutes later now, he'll give him his rest.
When Terrell Brandon was injured during the regular season, it was Bobby Jackson who came on and played at point guard, but he's not a true point guard. He's a guy who looks for the shot first.
Interesting, when he did come on when Brandon was injured, he played very well. The team played very well. And then when he went back to the bench, when Brandon came back to his regular spot, he kind of disappeared for a while. He couldn't get himself back into it. And as a result, Flip Saunders put him on the bench, didn't play him. Avery moved ahead of him, and he was down for a while, but not completely out.
Stacey Augmon making his first appearance of the night. Mike Dunleavy going further into the rotation was called for that reach-in foul. A timeout has been called. We'll be back in a moment. The Trailblazers won the first 2 games of this series in Portland. T-Wolves winning here on Sunday, hoping to extend to a 5th game. Only 4 teams have come back from 0-2 since the NBA adopted the best-of-5 format in the first round back in 1984. And you see the list. Actually, 5 teams if you go back to the old Fort Wayne Pistons. The Knicks did it in '90 against the Boston Celtics. In fact, Kevin McHale, now with the T-Wolves, a member of that Celtic club. See Detlef Schrempf. He was a member of that Seattle team. Denver beating Seattle after losing the first 3. That's a flashback for Detlef that he would like to forget about. And Minnesota hoping that they can join that list. Another turnover. Anthony draws the foul. Greg Anthony taking the hit. Will go to the foul line.
Well, Anthony, dribbling full speed, is moving to his right. He felt Bobby Jackson on his right-hand side, try to chase him down. He moves into him. You see him move to his right, draws the contact, and then takes the hard hit behind the stanchion.
Greg Anthony in his 9th season out of UNLV, originally a first-round pick of the New York Knicks. Been a big-game player, 77% free throw shooter. Back in his days with the Knicks, a year with Seattle. Played 2 years with Vancouver, and this is his 2nd season with Portland, and he's been on the floor during important moments.
Well, he had a tough year in this particular matchup against Minnesota. He shot only 18% from the floor during their 4 games against each other this season.
Wolves up 25-21. Jackson now at the point guard. Jackson and Peeler in the backcourt. Here's Peeler. Oh, very friendly rim. Portland now with a combination of Greg Anthony and Stacey Augmon as the guards, with Brian Grant, Rasheed Wallace, and Detlef Schrempf on the front line. Here's Grant off a double. Traveling violation is called.
As soon as Grant got the ball down that low post block against Joe Smith, Minnesota felt he was too low, too deep, too close to the basket. They were there immediately to trap him when he started his move into the lane.
Mike certainly be going deep into the rotation here in the first half, and he had talked about closing it down prior to the playoffs. Mitchell unleashing that three. The steal by Peeler. Jackson pulling it back against Altman. Jackson, yes. No question about Bobby Jackson's offense. He's given the Wolves a 29-21 lead. It's their biggest lead of the night.
The confidence there for Bobby Jackson. He did not play in the last game because Terrell Brandon went all 48 minutes. Here he is now making a big jump shot for him.
Back comes Jackson. Blazers able to get back. Garnett for three. Yes. Minnesota by 11. The Blazers will talk it over.
Kevin Garnett, 2 3-pointers in this series. He's made them both.
People are beginning to think of the automobile.
How does Kevin Garnett get the 3-pointer as the ball's being dribbled down the right side? Bobby Jackson pushes for early transition. Nothing there. Back it out. Big man drags late. Reverse it to the top. Garnett with his second 3-pointer in the series.
And Kevin Garnett doing it in every area once again. 7 points, 4 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals. He's already had 2 triple-doubles. In games 1 and game 3, he had only 2 in 5 years during the regular season in the NBA. Anthony Peeler called for the foul. 7:46 remaining in the first half, and the Timberwolves have their biggest lead of the night. They're up 32-21. Flip Saunders staying with this unit that's played well. Only starter on the floor is Garnett. Here's Shrimp. That left Shrimp able to go baseline.
Arvydas Sabonis hurt his leg as he took that spill in the lane area, trying to run a cut across the lane on a baseline screen. Went down, grabbed his leg immediately. You have a small man screening for a big man, and here Sabonis gets tangled up. You see his leg go down underneath him, and then you see him get up slowly. He grabs his ankle, slight limp right there for Arvydas.
Meanwhile, Anthony called for the foul. Arvydas Sabonis has made it back from a severely sprained right foot that sidelined him for a while. Minnesota up by 9. Garnett is fouled. Right here, we'll check in with Ernie back at the studio.
All right, thank you very much, Marv. There you get a good look live at Jason Kidd as he gets ready to start for the Suns in Game 4 against the San Antonio Spurs. Phoenix leads it 2-1. Kidd missed the last 9 games of the regular season in the first 3 games of this playoff series, but he's ready to go on TBS at 9 o'clock Eastern time. And he's got the new do, the blonde look, and I haven't seen a change that drastic, I guess, since Mike Fratello went from the perm to the fine coif. Back to you, Marv.
I don't like this. Okay, you obviously have talked to Ernie. Now you're ganging up on me.
I had nothing to do with that at all. Kevin Garnett was fouled by Stacey Altman, and he's extended to a 34-23 lead.
Smiled a lot when you said that.
You somehow just invite these type of comments from the studio. I don't get it. Illegal defense called for the first time against the Timberwolves. Flip Saunders questioning. Lippman is 5th season as head coach of Minnesota, his 4th full year with the Timberwolves. Spent 7 seasons as a coach in the CBA. Played college basketball at the University of Minnesota, where he was a teammate of Kevin McHale. Shrimp for 3.
Sam Mitchell invited Detlef to take it. He kept going underneath the screen. Finally, Detlef said, if you're going to go, I'm going to have to shoot it.
Joe Smith. loose ball. And then deflected. Last touch by the Blazers. And Minnesota has been on every loose ball here in the second quarter. And this unit has done a terrific job. Now Terrell Brandon has come on, replacing Bobby Jackson.
Those lots of big defensive plays that they've made, which are allowing them, even though they have a high number of turnovers for this team, it's allowed them to get their scores eventually at the offensive end, as we see there. Hustle plays get you the ball back again.
Brandon has 7 points. Minnesota by 13. The call against the Blazers. That's number 2 on Sabonis.
Sabonis put his right arm out. There is a big size difference. Watch Joe Smith snap his head back. A terrific performance there by Joe Smith as the right arm went out. Sabonis looks over to the bench at Mike Dunleavy. Mike just said, put the ball down, go head down the other end. Ball to with. They're not going to change it.
Starovich is back on the floor. Up front with Smith and Mitchell. Garnett will get a rest. And a loose ball foul against Minnesota. Well, apparently it was just deflected out of bounds. Last touch by Smith. No foul call. Damon Stoudemire back on the floor. Portland with 5 turnovers the last 5 minutes. Grant getting position. Basket does not count, and a foul. Don Smith. Brian Grant gives this team so much energy and was a spark down the stretch in Game 3. Played 27 minutes. Came off the bench. Gave the Blazers 11 points. 7 rebounds, all 11 in the second half. Coming up next, the second of our doubleheader. It'll be Game 4 between the Lakers and the Kings from Sacramento. Lakers trying to wrap it. Kings hoping to send it back to L.A. Tied at 2. Well, Grant missing on both. But last touch by Peeler.
Minnesota has their hustle board or work board, whatever you want to call it, ways of getting extra points up on the arena walls here. It has 3 categories: rebounds, steals, and block shots. And right now, Minnesota leads on the board 27-19 when you add up those categories.
Oh, what a move by Stoudemire. It counts, and the foul. Foul on the Starovich, his second.
Dribble penetration. Joe Smith steps out, but Brandon is too far behind. He tries to overcompensate, runs past him, allows Stoudemire to cross back over, get in the lane, and convert.
Florida's getting the starters back in. Blake Sealy, Wally Serbiak, Kevin Garnett. Check in the hand for Sam Mitchell, Anthony Peeler as they depart. Portland is 3 of 8 at the foul line. Stoudemire looks to complete a 3-point play. The other day, they hit their first 17 and finished 17 of 18 at the line. Damon Stoudemire providing a different look in contrast to what took place in Game 3.
Interesting to see if Portland does a little bit of half-court traffic or three-quarter court traffic to try and get the ball out of Brandon's hands to stop them from running their half-court offense and executing the way they have.
Shot clock at 5. Serbiak lost his balance and was fortunate. Trent deflected it out, but just 1 on the 24.
Look for some type of back pick, lob to the basket, or after the back pick, the guard popping out after the screen and trying to get the quick jumper.
Just get beat the 5-second count, and it's a 24-second violation.
Well, they tried to bring both guards off screens down on the baseline. First Sealy and then Brandon. And the idea was Brandon was supposed to reverse and go to the front of the rim for a lob. The defensive player did a good job taking away the reverse.
Coming up on 5 minutes remaining in the first half. Blake Sealy defending on Scottie Pippen. Trent hits the deck. He's fouled. Shot clock running down. Again, Portland having trouble finding a shot. Foul was called on Grant in the second. So Detlef Schrempf will shoot 2.
Because Minnesota has done a very good job of taking away the first and second options of Portland's set plays. As a result, they're forced to swing the ball around the floor. By that time, shot clock is down, and they have to create off the dribble or by passing the ball.
Detlef, an 83% free throw shooter. In his 15th NBA season, see Joe Smith checking out. And he had to sit out a couple of days of practice to take part of the shoot-around earlier today. Has that hyper-extended right knee. Timberwolves 36, Trailblazers 28. 4:45 remaining first half. Serbiak behind the back, challenging Trent. Stoudemire pushing it down. Here comes Pippen. Oh, he blows the stop. A save by Schrempf. They have the new shot clock working. Sabonis. Schrempf. Offensive foul.
Remember what Mike Dunleavy said, we have to make the easy baskets. That's another one at the rim that they did not convert. Sabonis fakes from behind the three-point line and then sees the wide open lane. Sealy steps up, takes the charge.
That's number 3 on Arvydas Sabonis, who's headed to the bench. Had a very tough first half. Looked like he hurt his leg earlier. And now sits down with 3.
And 8 big rebounds while he was out on the floor for them. They've been beaten pretty well off the glass, Portland, down 20-15 in rebounds.
The call away from the ball as Grant got involved with Nesterovic. Brian Grant called for the foul. Foul number 4 on the Blazers. Arvydas Sabonis out of Lithuania. We get a whistle on the inbound pass. Foul on Pippen, his first. So the Blazers now over the foul limit. Garnett to the foul line. Kevin Garnett with his 10th point. Here's Steve Smith replacing Detlef Schrempf. Detlef sits down with 4 points. Minnesota has a 10-point lead. Portland Trailblazers went 59-23 during the regular season, second best record in the NBA. Only the Lakers were better. And so much talk about that meeting in Portland on February 29th, won by the Lakers. And after that, as Rasheed Wallace knocks it down, at the time both teams were 45-11. After that loss, the Lakers continued to surge. The Blazers finished at 14-12 the rest of the way. A dramatic run.
Well, the stretch run wasn't exactly like the beginning of the season started out, but it's not like they had a terrible year. Obviously, the game did have some type of effect on them. They didn't fully recover from it.
They also had their problems at home. Scottie Pippen was able to hit after the loss to the Lakers. And it may have been also, not that it's an excuse, but they had nothing to play for. They realized they were locked into a slot, and that was it. Nesterovic with the room. Just under 3 remaining in the first half. The Timberwolves up by 6. They've led by as many as 13 points. Stoudemire off the dribble. Grant in deep.
Good job by Minnesota holding their ground, not letting Grant move him away as he ducked in, and then taking advantage of their transition opportunity as Sealy hits the jumper.
Minnesota up by 8. trying to set it up on the pullback against Serbiak. Grant from Smith. And a foul. Foul committed by Nastarovic. So when we come back, Portland will head back to the free throw line.
It was 3rd and 9.
Playoffs 2000 on TNT. Brought to you by Keystone Light, America's never bitter beer. By IBM. Are you ready for e-business? And by Chrysler, engineered to be great cars.
Saturday night on TNT, starting at 8 p.m.
In a town where things aren't quite right, it takes a real expert to track down what's gone wrong. Fargo, Saturday night at 8 on TNT.
We welcome you back to the Target Center in Minneapolis. Marv Albert, Mike Fratello, Cheryl Miller. 2 minutes and 8 seconds remaining in the first half. And Minnesota has a 40-32 lead on Portland. The T-Wolves have led by as many as 13. Brian Grant, who missed his first 2 free throws, will shoot a pair.
Portland shooting right around where they've been shooting, between 42 and 43% in the first 3 games. But surprisingly, Minnesota holding this 7-point lead, shooting only 39%. They had been shooting over 48% for the first 3 games.
And the key, the T-Wolves with 11 more field goal attempts than the Blazers.
Hustle plays on the glass more.
Smith with Garnett and Serbiak up front. Sealy, Brandon in the backcourt. Serbiak finds the open man. Sealy, Garnett trying to deflect to the corner. Back comes Pippen. Scottie Pippen. Rebounded by Garnett. Serbiak. A minute and a half remaining in this first half. The Timberwolves seeking to send this series back to Portland for a final game. The Blazers want to wrap it up here tonight.
Serbiak only played in 2 of the 4 regular season meetings, but in those 2 games, as Pippen goes to, they take the basket away and call the offensive foul. Mike Dunleavy can't believe it. He thinks the defensive player is inside the restricted area. No middle of the floor. Pippen's allowed the middle. There we see Joe Smith, who is the leader on this team as far as taking charges, does it again.
Joe Smith goes 6'10", about 220 pounds, but his teammates affectionately call him the Beast, as an amazing threshold of pain, very tough guy. And at times has had to contend with Arvydas Sabonis.
I'll go back for a second. I was talking about Serbiak in the 2 games. He shot over 68% on average, 21 points during the regular season against Portland. Missing wide open shots here right now.
40 seconds left in the half. Anthony Peeler had the shot, but he hesitated, and Scottie Pippen was able to recapture defensive position. Last touch by Minnesota.
Yeah, great hustle play by Pippen to close down on Peeler before he could get the shot off.
Half-minute left in this first half, and a reminder coming up on the AT&T halftime report. Ernie Johnson, Kenny Smith, Peter Vesey, and Darrell Walker will have first half analysis, a look at the Spurs and the Suns, and a preview of the Lakers and the Kings. Coming up on 10 seconds remaining. First half. Here's Stoudemire. Yes. Damon Stoudemire turning it from the 0 for 8. He has 9 points. The Blazers with his 4. Final seconds of the half. The 3. Won't count. Joe Smith had the open 3, and then it was put home on the rebound, but came after the buzzer. So that's the end of the first half. And the Blazers Upset with the officiating. Scottie Pippen is standing over at the far side, waiting for the officials to come across. Did not like that call a moment ago where he was hit with the charge and now being guided in the direction of the locker room. Meanwhile, we'll check in with Cheryl and Terrell Brandon.
Terrell, in the first half, you guys didn't necessarily shoot the ball very well, but you got all the hustle plays in the first half.
Yeah, we was rushing some shots. I know I rushed 3 or 4 shots at the end, and we got to be patient, but we got a lot of hustle points. Joe Smith charged at the end. That was great for us.
Terrell, what type of effort will it take to tie up the series in the second half?
Well, the same effort. You know, we have a lot of class, and we try to be professional, go out and not disrespect each other, but go out there and play hard. And so we're going to do what we do all year, and that's just play hard and have fun.
Good luck in the second half. Let's go back to you, Marvin Mike.
All right, thank you, Cheryl. The high point man, Kevin Garnett, with 11, along with 6 rebounds. Damon Stoudemire leading the Blazers with 9 points. So the score at the half, the Wolves 40, the Blazers 36. In a moment, Ernie Johnson with the AT&T halftime report.
NBA Inside Stuff magazine on newsstands now.
Sean Elliott, who's been as working their fingers to the bone with 3 games on Turner tonight. Give the guys some rest. Ford Live look at Arco Arena. That's site of Game 4 between the Lakers and the Kings. And there's Kenny's newest best friend, Nick Anderson. He and the Kings taking on Rick Fox, the new daddy, and the Lakers later tonight here on TNT. Tomorrow night, we've got a single game. The Utah Jazz taking on Gary Payton and the Sonics. That's at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. 8 o'clock, join us. We've got an hour pregame show. Lots of stuff for you to say in that time, Pete. At the break, it's 40-36. Minnesota with the lead over Portland.
The AT&T Halftime Report was brought to you by AT&T. It's all within your reach. Intended solely for the entertainment of our audience, and any retransmission, reproduction, rebroadcast, or other use of dissemination of this telecast, or the pictures, descriptions, or accounts of this game without the express written consent of the National Basketball Association is prohibited.
Back to the Target Center, Minneapolis. Marv Albert, Mike Fratello, Cheryl Miller. Timberwolves have a 40-36 lead over the Trailblazers as we head to the second half. So up by 4. They led by as many as 13. Good run by the Blazers in the final couple of minutes. A 13-4 onslaught that got them back into it. You look back at the first half. Once again, an outstanding all-around performance by Kevin Garnett.
Well, he may not have shot
Coach, only down by 4 points, 11 turnovers. How did you think the first half went?
Well, we turned the ball over, and the offensive rebounds, they had 9 offensive boards. Defensively, our energy is good, but those 2 areas that really hurt us. We got to get back under control.
What other adjustments do you make for the second half, Mike?
Well, they're shooting 30-some% from the field, so defensively I want to stay the same, but, take care of the ball offensively and not giving them second-chance shots.
Okay, thanks a lot, Coach. Marv?
All right, Portland coach Mike Dunleavy, who would like to see the turnover situation cut down and like to see Scottie Pippen get into it a bit more on the offensive end.
Well, after the first 2 games when Portland had 2 wins, Pippen was talked to repeatedly, and he said, look, I took over. I saw this is the time for me to provide the leadership that they brought me here for. Well, they need him right now. They need to get the ball in his hands a little bit more, run some more plays to Scottie, get him going here early in the second half.
Third quarter is underway. Wallace played by Garnett. Rasheed Wallace with a spectacular move. Going glass, following the spin, and it brings Portland within 2.
Another guy who you could make a point for as far as getting him the ball more in the low post area. Wallace only 4 field goal attempts in the first half.
Now Garnett trying to get it to Nesterovic. Miscommunication. As a result, the ball back to the Blazers. Damon Stoudemire, Steve Smith at the guards. Arvydas Sabonis, Rasheed Wallace, Scottie Pippen up front. Smith, and the game is tied at 40.
It's amazing how those turnovers come back to haunt you. During the regular season, Minnesota 4th in the league. They only had 13, well, just under 14 turnovers per game. Already now, they have 8 in this game.
Malik Sealy able to get inside for the tip. Well, Minnesota has a 2-point lead. It's game 4 of the best of 5. Portland is up 2 games to 1. Hoping to close it down here tonight. The Timberwolves seeking to take it back to a 5th and final game in Portland on Thursday night. The winner faces the winner between Utah and Seattle. Here's Pippen. Brandon on the rebound. Utah and Seattle will play game 4 tomorrow night in Seattle. Jazz up 2 games to 1. Foul is charged to Stoudemire. That is his first. Been a dramatic turn for Damon Stoudemire. 0 for 8. He fouled out in game 3 on Sunday afternoon. And Damon in his 20 minutes tonight, 4 for 7 from the field. He has 9 points. Malik Sealy was almost tipped in by Wallace. Here's Smith. Whipping by Brandon. It counts in the foul.
I think Terrell Brandon upset with the fact that he's going to give Steve Smith an opportunity to pick up 1 extra point. He's caught back there 2-on-1 defensively. If you're going to foul him early out in front. Otherwise, just give him the 2. Don't give him any extra points in a game that's as close as this is.
And that's number 3 on Brandon. Smith an 85% free throw shooter. Averaged just under 15 per game in the regular season. Second leading scorer on the Blazers. And Portland has come back from a 13-point deficit. They lead by 1. With the call. That's the 3rd on Pippen.
And Brandon did a nice job of carrying out the act. He knew there was enough contact there to warrant a foul. The whistle wasn't blown immediately, so by stumbling and falling, Terrell basically forced the official into blowing the whistle.
Garnett. Offensive foul on Sealy.
Scottie Pippen smiling right now because he guessed right that time. He anticipated the fact that Sealy was going to fake shot and go to his right. Pippen jumped to the spot where he thought Sealy was going to be. Pippen was there waiting.
Portland ball, they lead by 1. We played 2.5 in the 3rd quarter. Shot clock down to 2, down to 1. Pippen. And it's a 24-second violation.
Paying attention to small things like passing the basketball. Sabonis tried to get the ball out of his hands quickly to Pippen. Threw a lazy pass. As a result, Sealy got a hand on it, deflected it. Just that little bit of lost time right there while they recovered the ball, lost the shot opportunity.
Garnett to the crossover. Sealy. So Minnesota continues its shooting problems. Damon Stoudemire trying to put a move on and lost control.
It's almost as if Sealy doesn't have his legs right now. Everything he's shooting is short. It's a struggle. It's a strain to get the ball to the front of the rim. That time he tried to give himself a little extra ups. He got down deeper, bent his knees deeper, and still the shot was short.
Sealy now 3 for 9 from the field. Serbiak hit by the double. Called for steps. And the T-Wolves not able to get anything going here in the early portion of the third.
Sometimes you try to create stuff that's not there. You get yourself in trouble, you have nowhere to go, and the result in turnover takes place.
The assistant coach, Sidney Lowe, who is one-time assistant of yours with the Cleveland Cavaliers, interviewed for the Atlanta job the other day.
He was a player in Atlanta, a player here in Minnesota, assistant coach here in Minnesota, head coach here in Minnesota, as he assumed the duties during the middle of the season and became our assistant as Brandon hit the jumper, became our assistant in Cleveland. Just interviewed recently in Atlanta, one of the top candidates there, had a great interview there in Atlanta, and he's going to be a great head coach here, there's no question.
And has been one of the major supporters of Terrell Brandon. Obviously knew Terrell so well from his days in Cleveland. The foul was called before the shot attempt. And when things were not going that well earlier in the season, when the T-Wolves got off to the bad start at 7-13 before turning things around, he was a major part of the support group for Terrell Brandon, who obviously has come a long way since those days.
For those who, did not understand exactly what Terrell was about, Sidney was the voice that was saying, listen, you need to understand this is a different kind of guy. He's not the explosive physical player that Stephon Marbury is. He's more of a finesse guy. He's a jump shooter. Give him time because he will help us win basketball games.
Community is like a giant puzzle. Every person is a unique piece. Look at Brian Grant. He hosts 25 kids from local rec centers to every Blazers home game.
How old are you?
How old do you think I am?
Could you do my hair like that?
Over the season, that comes to 2,000 lives touched. Who knows how many more lives those 2,000 kids will touch in their communities? You see how it all fits together? Team up to improve your community.
Dial 0 if I were you, stranger.
But I need to make a collect call.
But 1-800-CALL-ATT can save you a fistful of bucks. Aim right down the center. 1-800-CALL-ATT.
Come back, ATT, man, come back.
You can save big bucks. Dial 1-800-CALL-ATT for collect call.
Heard about George? The software guy? The guy with the backhand? Yeah. Bought Citral Friday morning. Friday morning? How do you do that? Same way we did.
Yeah, but George isn't a trader. Hey, George.
Georgie.
Hiya. I hate that guy.
Daytech Online. The rules are changing.
NBA Playoffs 2000 on TNT, brought to you by Daytech Online. The information and technology professionals use to trade is now available to everyone. Daytech Online. The rules of online trading are changing. And by 1-800-CALL-ATT for collect calls.
Saturday night on TNT at 10:05 p.m.
Welcome to the best basketball tournament you've never seen, where players go to be discovered and to play on hallowed ground. Saturday at 10:05, only on TNT.
The crowd here at the Target Center trying to get the T-Wolves going. They lead by one, 44-43. Bobby Jackson is back on for Terrell Brandon, who a moment ago picked up his fourth personal foul. Timberwolves with only 8 points the last 12 and a half minutes. And clinging to the one-point edge. They led by as many as 13. Shot clock down to 2. Sabonis again, a 24-second violation, the second in this third quarter.
The crowd appreciative of the defensive effort there, and that's the way that you can stay in games. If you're shooting only 36%, but your defense dig in, don't give them any easy second shot opportunities. And actually, Portland is shooting the ball the best they've shot it in the series thus far, 46% for the game.
Estarovich coming up short. He thought he had Sabonis beaten and then came back and picked up the foul. That's his fourth, so 4 apiece on Estarovich and Brandon. For the Blazers, Sabonis has 3, as does Pippen. And substitution, Dean Garrett will come on for Rasho and Estarovich. Garrett played briefly in Game 3. Back from knee surgery. Saw limited action this season, only 56 games. Saunders looking to buy some time with Garrett. Lots of time, though, remaining in this third quarter. We played in 5 minutes. Pippen. Sealy lost it.
Pippen came from out of bounds after he attempted that half hook shot up over the top. Came back in to pick it up and give him a second shot opportunity, and Sabonis with 3.
Arvydas Sabonis with an unusual-looking shot. A standing one-handed from three-point range. The Blazers lead at 46-44. Garnett with Garrett and Mitchell now on the front line. It counts on the foul. Steve Smith running into Sam Mitchell. So Mitchell will go to the line looking to complete a three-point play.
Well, there's a number of different ways of getting three-pointers. Go behind a three-point line or shoot a jumper and get fouled and have an opportunity here as Mitchell, who during the regular season, a very good free throw shooter, goes to the free throw line and attempts to complete the three-point play.
Yes, Sam, an 88% foul shooter. Minnesota by 1. Scottie Pippen handling against Malik Sealy. Wallace. Played by Garnett, reaching in to slap it away. Jackson putting the move on Stoudemire, then pulls it back. Garnett on the pick and roll. Shot clock at 5. Garnett for Garrett, and a foul. Foul committed by Wallace. And as Garrett heads to the line, let's check in with Ernie Johnson. Ernie?
Thank you, Marv. Just letting everybody know how things are working tonight on Turner. As you watch this game on TNT, the Blazers and the Timberwolves. Right now on TBS, it's the Spurs and the Suns, the reigning champions, as David Robinson gets ready to check in. Trying to stay in that series against Scott Skiles and the Suns. Jason Kidd started that game, hit the only shot he took in the first quarter for 2 points. We'll keep you up to speed on that game on TBS. Right now, back to the Target Center, Marvin Knight.
Thanks, Ernie. Busy night at the studio in Atlanta. Timeout is called after Dean Garrett hit his first free throw. Wolves by 2. We'll be back in Minneapolis in a moment.
Team up with Paramount Pictures MI2 as TNT and TBS invite you to enter the Choose Your Mission sweepstakes. Enter at NBA.com or at Finish Line stores. Winners get to pick 2 great NBA prizes. See Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible 2, May 24th.
Harvey. Hey, Ted. That was my last one.
Moving on, guys. He's tried.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never lets you down.
Eat it.
Make it a Bud Light.
Ah, the Northwest. Fresh air, the great outdoors. The place for adventure. And your Toyota dealer can lead you to it. With the powerful, gutsy Toyota trucks. Like the full-size Tundra, the tough Tacoma 4x4, or all-new Stepside. Hurry for your choice of low financing or $500 cash back on any new Tacoma. Now the ultimate compact truck has the ultimate savings. So crank it up and let the good times roll in a Toyota truck. Just see your Toyota dealer today. We're leading the way.
AT&T Cable.
Movies.
Movies, movies, new hit movies, 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 for new hit movies I want to see stars.
Stars has more new hit movies in prime time. Movies you'll see first on Stars and only on Stars.
Hollywood's best right in your home. Call AT&T Cable Services today.
Back in Minnesota, the T-Wolves with a 2-point lead. They'll try to extend to 3 as Garrett will head back to the foul line to look at tonight's American Express leaderboard. Most consecutive seasons in the playoffs. Well, Philadelphia on top with 22. Portland Trailblazers with 18 and counting, making it 18 straight seasons in the playoffs. Won the championship back in '77, led by a fellow by the name of Bill Walton. Went to the finals 2 other times in '90 and '92, losing to Detroit and Chicago. And Mike Dunleavy and the Blazers trying to advance in this first round series against Minnesota. 6 minutes remaining in the third quarter. Portland with the ball, trailing by 2. Pippen trying to do it in one motion, but not.
Coming off the timeout, they draw up a little late pass.
Oh, Sam Mitchell catching fire is a point. The Wolves by 4. Sabonis a moment ago hit from long range. Pippen has not been able to locate the touch. Scottie Pippen right there, able to stroke it, had outstanding games. 28 and 21, first 2 games of the series. The other day, game 3, started quickly with the threes, but for Scottie, just a so-so game offensively. And tonight, 4 for 11 after hitting that jump shot. Garnett, rebound Pippen. Whoa, crowd listen to it. Oh, a traveling violation.
Remember, Mike Dunleavy mentioned to us, we've got to find ways to get easy baskets. We've got to get out and run. Well, it's not happening. Even off the misses, basically turned into a half-court game now.
Ottomeyer, beautifully done. Went very low on the dribble to set it up against Jackson. And the game is tied at 50. 4:20 remaining in the third. Jackson, yes. Bobby Jackson. Originally a first-round pick of Seattle, spent a year with Denver. This is second year with Minnesota, out of the University of Minnesota. Timberwolves lead by 2.
They keep trying to get Wallace down the low post. Garnett working real hard down there, not allowing him to get the touches that he wants.
Here's Pippen. Fouled by Garrett.
Garrett was there in time. All he had to do was hold his ground, step up another 3 or 4 inches. He would have had the offensive foul. Scottie turns the corner, elevates, and now Garrett leaves his feet there on the arm. You see the foul, rather than hold his ground and take the charge for the offensive foul.
Pippen is 1 for 2 at the line, a 72% free throw shooter. A reminder coming up next in the second of our twin bill here on TNT. It'll be game 4 between the Los Angeles Lakers and the Sacramento Kings. And tomorrow night on TBS, the Jazz taking on the Sonics. Game 4 of that series covered beginning at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Pippen converting 1 of 2. Timberwolves have a 1-point lead. Garnett facing the double. And a foul. Sealy taking it to the basket.
You see the difference here, how easy it is for Minnesota to put the ball in the hands of Kevin Garnett in the low post area, as opposed to the other end of the floor, where when Portland is trying to get it from Wallace, Garnett, who happens to be guarding him, working very hard to keep the ball out of his hands. He's topside, he's coming around and fronting him, giving him different looks, trying to get Wallace to come way off that low post area. Minnesota wants it in Garnett's hands, he gets it where he wants it, basically.
Sealy, an 81% free throw shooter. Minnesota 54, Portland 51. Portland Trailblazers have an excellent road team, 29-12. During the regular season, best road record in the history of the franchise. Only the Lakers were better. Pippen for three.
And Sealy, you can see, disgusted with himself. He lost Pippen just for a second, gave him that three-point look.
Oh, Jackson out of control, and then his push. He was bailed out.
Well, he tried to do a little bit too much. You're over against the sideline. The sideline acts like another defender for Portland. They had him in a trap. He was in trouble. He knew it, and fortunately for the push. Where are you going now? Right here. Pick up the ball. You almost lose it. The hand goes in. There it is right there, and the shove out of bounds called by Steve Javi.
Bobby Jackson with his 5th point. T-Wolves 11 of 13 at the line, where the Blazers have struggled at the foul line. Minnesota up by 5. 3 minutes remaining in the third. Oh, Stoudemire had difficulty with the dribble, able to recover and gets it across. And a defense from this capacity crowd. Sabonis, yes, and it counts. Arvydas Sabonis bullying his way to the hoop. Foul called on Garrett.
It's hard to figure out that he stays up long enough and not be called for a travel. It's not like he gets off the ground a whole lot of inches, but he bullies his way through there, stays up long enough just to kiss it off the glass, and now go to the foul line for the three-point opportunity.
Sabonis at 84%. Free throw shooter, looking for point number 12. Minnesota with a 3-point lead.
Portland has missed 7 free throw attempts, 10 to 17 from the foul line. During the course of the regular season, they're a 76% free throw shooting team.
Garnett, yes. Kevin Garnett extends to a 5-point lead. Pippen putting the move on Sealy, and the baseline closed. Sabonis again tries the three. Jackson on the loose ball. And a foul. David Stoudemire stomping the ball at midcourt. So Stoudemire picks up his 2nd foul. The Blazers are over the limit.
Actually, a pretty good foul that time, because Minnesota had numbers 3-on-1, 3-on-2 going. Looked like it would have been a conversion for a fast break opportunity, so it put Jackson to the foul line now.
Bobby Jackson, a 77% free throw shooter. He's done a good job coming on for Terrell Brandon, who is in foul difficulty, sat down after picking up his 4th. Well, we're seeing a similar scene to what took place here Sunday afternoon for Game 3. This crowd is going wild.
She's a real...
Minnesota up by 6 in the first half in one stretch, led by as many as 13. Portland made a good run, but the T-Wolves have taken control here in the third quarter.
And Portland was supposedly the deepest bench in the NBA, has been outplayed and out-hustled here by Minnesota's. Bobby Jackson with the hustle play. Jackson again with the jump shot, and then kick it out to Sam Mitchell, who knocks down the perimeter J. Portland's team, supposedly the deepest in the league. We see after the first 3 games a decided advantage to Minnesota. It's an average of almost 10 points per game difference. Minnesota's bench with the advantage over Portland. At halftime tonight, evened up 7 apiece for both benches.
Jackson hitting on both. Wolves up by 7 as we approach 2 minutes to go in the third. Wallace for Strep, who just checked back in. Sabonis is fouled. Both teams are over the limit. It's a game that has seen 7 lead changes. We have been tied 9 times. Foul on Joe Smith. That is his 2nd, and Arvydas Sabonis is at the line.
And you see Portland force-feeding Sabonis, which is good. Joe Smith isn't big enough or strong enough to keep him away from the basket. So eventually, what they're going to have to do, Minnesota, is change the assignment, bring back Disturbance, or go double quicker on Sabonis, and then he's a great passer. He'll find the open perimeter people.
Arvydas Sabonis with 13 points, 11 rebounds. Minnesota has a 5-point lead. Sealy to the hoop. Malik Sealy with a strong move.
Oh, great play by Bobby Jackson. He lunges, deflects the ball, goes off the knee of David Stoudemire, goes right back to Minnesota again. We talk about those hustle plays, very similar to what Sabonis did early in the game, turning at the last minute to steal the Garnett outlet pass. Nice play that time by Bobby Jackson.
Second steal by Jackson. Minute and a half to go, third quarter. Good rebound by Joe Smith, reaching over Arvydas Sabonis.
4 big offensive rebounds in the last game for Joe Smith. Comes up with a huge one here to give him another shot attempt at the basket.
Shot clock down to 6. Smith working on Sabonis.
Plus 13 as far as field goal attempts go. Minnesota versus Portland.
The T-Wolves lead by 9. Final minute of the third. Sabonis, the driving hook off glass.
Kevin Garnett could not get around to step up and challenge Sabonis' shot. He was pinned underneath, playing his defender. Gave Sabonis a clear path to the basket.
Smith again going at Sabonis. This time rejected. As they come up on 20 seconds remaining in the third quarter. Timberwolves lead by 7. And the Blazers holding to a final shot of the quarter. Out of 5 seconds. Stoudemire for 3. Wallace fires one. 3 quarters complete at the Target Center. The Timberwolves hoping to extend to a 5th game in Portland. It's Minnesota 64 and Portland 57. And here's tonight's budget fast break.
Well, actually, the lowest that Minnesota has shot thus far in the playoffs, the highest that Portland has shot at 45%. And you see the offensive rebounds, a big advantage, and again, big advantage to the bench of Minnesota. Going into this game, they had outscored them by an average of 10 per game. Here it is, 14-point difference in favor of Minnesota.
And Czar, Minnesota shooting just 40%, yet they are controlling the game. Portland at 45.
Getting so many more shot attempts.
Kevin Garnett, who has played all but 1 minute, pulling a Terrell Brandon, who played 48 in Game 3. Greg Anthony loses to Bobby Jackson. Another steal. Jackson tried to dish it off to Joe Smith. Broken up by Brian Grant.
Well, he got a little too excited that time. Joe Smith comes over and kind of pats the youngster on the back and says, relax now. Don't get carried away out there. You made a great play by stealing it. Get us a good hoop at the end.
Bobby Jackson coming on for the foul play. Terrell Brandon, and has emerged as a major factor. And hearing it from the crowd, they're chanting Bobby.
Well, they know that early in the year when Brandon was injured, Jackson came in and played outstanding basketball and helped them to a number of wins, and this is the form he's displaying here this evening.
Foul on Pippen. Throwing the knee at Jackson, and Bobby Jackson, big local favorite, played his college ball at the University of Minnesota, led the Golden Gophers to their first ever Final Four appearance back in 1997. Jackson now guarded by Anthony. Garnett going at Wallace. Draws the double. Gets it outside to Jackson. Here's Smith ahead of the field, chased by Sealy. Good hustle by Sealy, but Smith able to hit on the breakaway. 66-59, Minnesota.
A nice outlet pass that time by Rasheed Wallace. He went up, secured the rebound, turned and looked down the floor, and then led Smith just enough. He got it out there for Smith to convert.
Blocking foul. Charge to Anthony. Second team foul. Charge to the Blazers. Anthony Peeler will come on for Malik Sealy. Good job by Sealy. Leads with 10.
Again, the new rule that we proposed, Anthony Peeler would have to have his shirt in right now.
We proposed. You are embracing me in this suggested rule change.
I thought you said we were a team.
Not all the time. Oh, okay. I like to pick my spots on that one. All right, here's Smith. And he lost possession. Blazers now have a combination of Greg Anthony and Steve Smith at the guard. Brian Grant, Denton Brett, Rasheed Wallace up front. A minute and a half gone by in the fourth quarter. Swept, fouled by Smith. There was no way that Joe Smith was going to allow that shot to be attempted. Bobby Jackson receiving a standing ovation as he's replaced by Terrell Brandon. Bobby Jackson, the spark. When Jackson was on the floor, the T-Wolves outscored the Blazers 22-16. Right now, Wolves lead by 6.
Tough decision now for Flip Saunders. You bring Terrell Brandon back in with 4. There's 10.5 minutes remaining in the game. Obviously, you do not want to pick up this 5th, or else Bobby Jackson will have to come right back in again.
Portland is within 5. The Blazers trying to wrap it up tonight, while the Minnesota Timberwolves have made their travel arrangements, planning to make it back to Portland for a Game 5 on Thursday. Anthony Peeler not able to hit. Kevin Garnett with the rebound and then tosses out. There's Peeler for 3. Deflected out by the Blazers. Last touch by Wallace. Minnesota went 50-32 during the regular season. Best record in the history of the franchise. They finished up at the number 6 slot in the West just after that slow start, opening up 7-13. Terrell Brandon. So Terrell off the bench to hit immediately. He now has 11. Minnesota by 7. Anthony popping. Hits the 3. Greg Anthony from downtown.
Anthony's done that the entire season. He has hit a number of huge three-pointers for Portland to spread the defenses out, make them honest, or at critical times in the game, turn the momentum back in favor of Portland.
Yes, Anthony just under 40% from three-point range. Now called away from the ball. Foul committed by Grant, his second, as he was angling for position against Garnett. Timeout taken with 9:21 remaining in the fourth. Minnesota has a 4-point edge.
Came out and gave us that boost early, particularly in warm-ups. You know, the enthusiasm, we just wanted to get warm-ups over with so we can play. It becomes difficult sometimes as a point guard because on the road, you're used to the crowd, so you're used to calling sets, using your hand motion. At home, you have to do the same thing, and you have that enthusiasm, energy that you have to kind of calm yourself down a little bit. So, you know, we appreciate the fans, and we know they're going to be riled up and ready to go tonight, and we're going to feed off their energy.
Yes, the T-Wolves very happy with the high decibel level that they received for Game 3. Sunday, it's for the same here tonight. Flip Saunders had pointed out that the Rose Garden was so loud the first couple of games that the T-Wolves players could not hear each other or hear the coaches during timeout. Brandon able to recover. Smith, met by the double, lost it.
He started to drop step to the baseline, and Wallace moved to the high side. There was no body contact with Joe Smith. He lost it down.
Wallace, Rasheed Wallace, and the Blazers are within 2.
What a beautiful touch. Fading over the top of Kevin Garnett's outstretched hand. Still hits the rim. Off the backboard, rolls in.
Peeler, like Wallace stepped away. Some confusion defensively, but Peeler not able to hit. They get another crack at it. New 24. 8.5 remaining in this fourth quarter. Minnesota with the ball and a 2-point lead.
This is where they put Brandon on the baseline and put Garnett out front. Now they try to run Brandon off screens on the baseline rather than have him create off the dribble himself.
However, Mitchell took the shot. Rick Anthony setting it up. Then left Trent, and the game is tied at 68.
Nights for Minnesota to have a poor shooting night. They need to make baskets tonight, obviously, to move on and advance as Garnett fires again. They're shooting under 38% right now for the game.
Meanwhile, Portland in the midst of a 7-0 run. Anthony fires again from downtown. Last touch by Smith. Smith and Mitchell vying for that loose ball. They have been boxing Grant out, keeping him away. They've been more effective than we saw on Sunday. Trent. And a foul is called. Well, Detlef has come off the bench and has been a contributor. 8 points for Trent. Foul committed by Brandon. That's number 5.
What do you do now if you're Mike Dunleavy? You've got a group on the floor that's playing well together, functioning well. Yet on the bench, you have Scottie Pippen, you have Stoudemire, guys who are normally on the floor for you. You have Sabonis on the bench as well. But this group is going well. So how long do you stay with it before you come back with some of the other guys?
And Flip Saunders making a change. Bobby Jackson about to check in. Russia Nestarovich has come on, as has Malik Sealy. Well, coming up next, second of our doubleheader, Game 4 between the Lakers and the Kings from Sacramento. That'll be right here on TNT. Blazers have taken a 1-point lead. So Terrell Brandon, after picking up number 5, sitting down. Minnesota with a backcourt of Jackson and Peeler. Up front, Nestarovich with Sealy and Smith. Garnett also getting a rest. Blazers up by 2. Jackson. Anthony in the open court. Smith back. The lob for Wallace. Unable to connect.
When Wallace turns and looks at the official, he felt Nestarovich move underneath him as the lob pass was thrown. He tried to convert. Big defensive play that time.
Yes, Peeler turned back. Here's Anthony. Nestarovich got a piece of it. Smith missed the putback.
I'm surprised the official did not call rim interference that time as Minnesota hung on the rim.
That's what Mike Dunleavy is saying to Ted Bernhardt as play continues. Peeler backs it up. The steal by Smith. Oh, he could not control. Coughs it back up.
Let's go back a second and take a look at the call that Mike Dunleavy was arguing about on the field goal attempt. Here comes Portland down. Anthony goes up with the shot. It hits on the rim, and then there you see the grab, and the ball does bounce again. Keeler grabs the rim. Dunleavy wanted the goaltending call. He wanted the 2. That's what he's talking about now.
The T-Wolves struggling here in the fourth. Just 2 of 11 from the field, and they've turned it over 3 times.
The rules are changing.
Hiya, hon.
In a town where things aren't quite right,
Okay, real good.
it takes a real expert to track down what's gone wrong.
Think I'm gonna barf.
See the Academy Award-winning Fargo, Saturday at 8, part of the Saturday Night New Classics on TNT.
The Portland Trailblazers with a 2-point lead on the Minnesota Timberwolves, who are looking to send this series back to Portland for a 5th game. Only 5 teams have come back from 0-2 and best-of-5 series. The Fort Wayne Pistons did it in 56. Golden State knocking off Utah 87. The Knicks did it against the Celtics. Phoenix against the Lakers, and Denver beating Seattle back in 94 after losing the first 3. Bobby Jackson playing for Terrell Brandon, who has 5 personal fouls. Mistarovich over Grant. The game is tied at 70.
How about that? Coming out of the timeout, and who does Lasordas go to? Puts the ball in the hands of Mistarovich. Now, whether or not he thought he was going to draw a double team, he was going to kick it out, he still threw it in. He kicked it out to Barnett. Barnett threw it right back into the big man.
Anthony, the play by Jackson from behind, and a foul committed by Peeler. Jackson got a piece of that shot. Shooting foul, 3 team fouls on both clubs. Mike Dunleavy is staying with the veteran Detlef Trent, along with Rasheed Wallace and Brian Grant. Rick Anthony and Steve Smith having the guards. 6 minutes remaining in the 4th. Shot clock at 5. Smith using the height advantage against Peeler.
Yeah, a little too small, Peeler, to challenge the shot. If he's going to let Smith catch it there, he's in trouble. He needs to work hard, come around the front, don't let him touch the basketball.
11 points for Smith. Blazers by 2. Jackson. Yes! It's a 3 for Bobby Jackson. Minnesota takes a 1-point lead.
Huge shot that time. They really wanted to go to Mistarovich again in the low post, but Grant fronted, took away the entry pass. They reversed it. The jumper right there by Jackson.
Coming up on 5 minutes remaining in the 4th quarter. The double team on Smith. Smith forcing with the shot clock running down, and a loose ball foul against Minnesota.
And just by Peeler working harder, you see how far out. And we have a little confrontation between Steve Smith and Anthony Peeler taking place as the officials and teammates are breaking up. I was just starting to say Peeler had worked very, very hard on Smith, fronting him, body on him to try and get him off the low post area. Smith does not back it off. Uncharacteristic of Steve Smith to pursue it like this.
We'll get a look at what happened away from the ball. Smith and Peeler continue their discussion.
You see how far out Smith has to catch it, and then he goes up with the clock running down, and off to the side. We just can't see what's happening to the two of them right there.
Meanwhile, Steve Smith continues to talk to Anthony Peeler, and the coaching staff trying to keep Smith away.
Smith goes up, and right there, perhaps the contact by Peeler into Smith's face is what got Steve Smith upset.
We have not received the official word on what the call or calls are. Now Don Baden is walking over to the scorer's table. It's a double technical foul on Steve Smith and Anthony Peeler, and a personal foul on Bobby Jackson.
And as we know from the Indiana-Milwaukee game, why are double technicals so significant? Because on the next one, if it should happen again, you are removed from the basketball game, as happened to Sam Cassell and Dale Davis in that series. Double technicals early, double technicals later on, both out of the game.
Well, they continue to match up against each other. Peeler going for the steal. Smith able to hold on. Smith with the shot. Peeler with the rebound. Poked away in a foul on Smith. Peeler had some words to say, and Ted Bernhardt stepping in between. Steve Smith very close to picking up a second technical. And Mike Dunleavy's getting him out of there. Scottie Pippen will come on, replacing Steve Smith.
I think Mike is looking beyond just tonight's game, regardless of whether they win or not. Mike doesn't need to have Steve Smith suspended. There's either going to be a game 5 or there's going to be the next round. So get him out of there, let him settle down, then put him back in again.
Blazers with their 4th team foul. We have 4:45 remaining on the 4th. And Minnesota has a 1-point lead. Peeler now played by Pippen. Garnett checking the clock. Here comes Wallace. Rasheed Wallace has given the Blazers a 1-point lead.
Sometimes it's just the bounce of the ball. The long rebound. Wallace had to be out in front of Garnett, and then it was a race to the rim at the other end.
11 points for Wallace.
You may have to get Brandon back in right now. Even though he has 5 fouls during the final 4 minutes, you need your main guy out there handling the ball. Plus, for such a scoring threat.
Garnett fouled, and as you say that, I know something about this coaching business. Terrell Brandon walks over to the scorer's table.
Well, it's like timeouts. There's no sense saving him for the next game. You may not need him then.
Brandon will come on for Jackson. Kevin Garnett, 4 for 4 from the line. What an effort by the third-year player from the University of Minnesota, Bobby Jackson. Garnett has not shot well tonight. Remember, he opened the series with that 6 for 20, although he did have a triple-double. And tonight, just 5 of 17, but he's done it in other areas. 9 rebounds, 9 assists on his way to a possible third triple-double in the series.
Let me give you another tough decision here for Flip Saunders. He has Malik Sealy. No, he doesn't. He has Malik Sealy out on the floor right now. So I was just going to talk about the fact that Sealy on the bench, having 10 points. Right now, Peeler on the floor, just 1 for 6 from the floor, scoring only 2 points. So decision is to come back with a Sam Mitchell, play Mitchell at 3, leave Sealy on the floor as 2, or stay with Peeler.
Steve Smith, as you saw, back on the floor. Minnesota by 1, just under 4 remaining in the fourth quarter. Smith being played by Sealy. Pippen off the head fake. Now Smith for 3. Yes! Steve Smith from downtown, and the Blazers lead 77-75. Smith with 14 points. 7 have come here in the fourth quarter. 3.5 to go. Shot clock at 6. Peeler. Pippen fell down. Peeler got it back. Grant with the rebound.
Court was very fortunate that time. Pippen went to close out. A little up fake by Peeler. Scotty lost his footing. Peeler goes by and just misses the short jump shot.
Coming up on 3 minutes to go in the fourth. Grant played by Nastavin. Shot clock down to 1. Here's Grant. A big bucket by Ryan Grant with 1 remaining on the 24. The Blazers now lead by 4.
And Grant cleared just enough space. When he turned into his right shoulder, he moved the Starovich back, got the space he needed to get a look with the clock running down.
Shot clock at 6. The Starovich for Sealy's got to get it off. And Pippen on the loose ball.
Sometimes the ball just bounces the right way for you. The first half, the ball was bouncing Minnesota's way. Down the stretch here, the ball is bouncing Portland's way. The 22nd timeout. Mike Dunleavy changing it to a full timeout.
So Portland has 3:20 remaining. Minnesota with 2:20. We have 2 minutes and 20 seconds left in the fourth. The Blazers by 4.
A little stress.
Portland likes to put the ball in Scottie Pippen's hands in the middle of the floor. Send the 2 big people down low to the block area. Have 2 wings out wide. Pippen's job, pick a seam, get in the seam, and read the defensive guy. If he stays home, you drive. If he bites for it, then it's up to Smith to find the spot up area. Pippen goes right, the defense bites. Steve Smith, spotting up, hits the big 3.
The Blazers have outscored the Timberwolves 22-11 in this fourth quarter. Entering the fourth, Minnesota led by 7. The season is now on the line for Minnesota with 2:20 to go. The Blazers up 79-75, and they have the ball. Minnesota's next foul will put them over the limit. Timeout called. Pippen did not find anyone, so they use the 20. Avoiding the 5-second count. Second half of the doubleheader. Just ahead, the Lakers and the Kings from Sacramento. Lakers hoping to wind up the series, take it in 4. Sacramento looking to extend to a 5th and final game that would take place back in Los Angeles. At the half, Phoenix with the 5-point lead on San Antonio. They're trying to wrap that series. Jason Kidd making his return. Tim Duncan sitting out once again. Pippen will try to throw in. Being defended by Sealy. Sabonis back on the floor, able to reach for that inbound.
They like to do that. They like to have Pippen pass the ball, and as soon as he passes, he cuts him out of bounds, tries to get the return pass for Sturvich. Good read.
Shot clock down to 3. Smith. But Serbiak got a piece of it. Here's Brandon. He has Sealy and Serbiak, but the Blazers get back.
And Terrell not one to take a chance. He's careful with the basketball. He knows at this time in particular they need to get a good shot at the basket, being down only 4 points.
Oh, pass recovered by Nesterovic. Brandon for Garnett. Shot clock running down. Wallace with the rebound. Minnesota not able to find a good shot.
Yeah, and Garnett, really, it's not his fault. I mean, he gets the ball in his hands. He looks up, and there's 5 seconds left on the 24-second clock.
And Garnett appealing to the crowd to make some noise, which they do. Shot clock at 5. 1:20 to go on the 4th. Portland with the ball and a 4-point lead. Pippen too late. 24-second violation.
Is that the third now 24-second violation for the game tonight?
And 3 in the second half. Now Minnesota uses its 20 with 1:16 remaining in the 4th quarter. Minnesota in the midst of another drought period. As we have been mentioning, they have not shot well, just 36% from the field. They're down by 4, and they will have the ball.
But what has Minnesota used over and over again this season? They get their 2 best players, that's Terrell Brandon along with Kevin Garnett, involved in a pick-and-roll situation. If you have a dominant post-up player, you might go down low there, see if you get a double team, kick it out, swing it, see if a 3-pointer develops. Otherwise, right now, go to your main guys, Garnett or Brandon. You have plenty of time left to get a score, you get a good stop, then come back down and try and get the next score. So it's not like you have to have a 3 right now. Not necessary. A high percentage shot is what's necessary.
Timberwolves just 4 for 17 from the field. In this 4th quarter, they have not scored in nearly 3 minutes. They have not come up with a field goal in 4 minutes and 10 seconds. Brandon putting the move on Anthony. And misfires on the pass. Was deflected away. Last touch by Portland. Serbiak will throw in. 1:05 remaining in this 4th quarter. Brandon takes it to the rim to bring the Timberwolves within 2.
Nice job with Brandon moving without the basketball. Gave it up, made his cut, got it right back. Pump fake, the big man went by him for the score.
Serbiak digging in against Smith. 45 seconds remaining in the 4th. Portland with the ball up by 2. Shot clock down to 5. Down to 3. Down to 1. Wallace banks it home, and that was not his intention.
His intention was to get the shot up there before that 24-second clock went off. I'm not quite sure he called glass, but it doesn't matter. They kicked it out at the last second. A nice drive by Scottie Pippen. Minnesota closed off the front of the rim. You see the white jerseys. Somehow he sneaks the pass back to Wallace. Wallace watching the square all the way, and Duke.
Back in Pennsylvania, a father hung a tire swing from a tree in the backyard for his 9-year-old son. That kid spent endless hours with that swinging tire, but he wasn't swinging from it, he was throwing a football through it. That kid was Joe Montana.
When you're an original, you do it your own way. Original Coors.
Original Coors.
Good throw.
In Sacramento, they think the mission is possible. It's Game 4 as the Los Angeles Lakers play the Kings. LA leads 2-1. Another raucous crowd expected in one of the loudest buildings in the NBA. This is Kevin Harlan. Join me, John Thompson, Danny Ainge, and Craig Sager for the Lakers and Kings next on TNT.
All right, thank you, Kevin. Blazers with an 81-77 lead on the T-Wolves. 32 and 4/10 seconds remaining in this fourth quarter. Minnesota led by 7 at the start of the fourth. Blazers taking over. They've outscored the Timberwolves 20-9. Wally Serbiak will throw in from right in front of our broadcast location.
One timeout left for Minnesota. Blazers with 3.
Serbiak given the room by Smith. Brandon. Smith not able to hit and deflected out. Last touch by the Blazers. 24 and 7/10 seconds remaining in the fourth. The Trailblazers seeking to wrap this series in 4 and then await the winner between Utah and Seattle.
We have a little fake back pick, I think, here by Garnett, and then instead of coming off the screen, Sealy go the other way.
Garnett taking it right at Wallace. And a loose ball foul against Minnesota. Wolves are over the foul limit, so the Blazers will head to the line.
Well, Garnett trying to make something happen, try to draw the foul there, and then as he goes in, the shove right at the end on Wallace as Wallace comes up with the basketball.
Kevin Garnett now 5 for 19. As I mentioned earlier, very similar to game 1 where he went 6 for 20, had a triple-double. He has 17 points, 10 rebounds, and 9 assists. So 1 assist off yet another triple-double. Rasheed Wallace 1 for 2 at the line, a 70% foul shooter. Wallace hit that bank shot, just looking to get it off to beat the 24. An enormous shot a moment ago, and he extends to an 82-77 lead with 20 seconds left. Minnesota has 1 timeout left. And they use that final timeout. The Blazers now lead by 6. It's Portland 83 and Minnesota 77.
Ernie Johnson in Atlanta. Remember, Game 2 of our TNT doubleheader still to come. Arco filled up and ready for Kobe Bryant and the Lakers taking on Jason Williams and the Sacramento Kings. The Kings trying to stay alive in that series, the best of 5 with the Lakers. Let us get back now to Minnesota.
Thank you, Ernie. The Timberwolves using their final timeout. 20 and 1/10 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter. Garnett will inbound from midcourt.
Portland with a defensive substitute. Stacey Augmon comes on.
Brandon. With a quick shot here. Garnett gets it away from three-point range, so that will wrap it with 12 and 4/10 seconds remaining in this fourth quarter. The Blazers back to the foul line, and the Timberwolves are hearing the applause and appreciation from the crowd. They go 50 and 32 in the regular season, best record in the history of the franchise. They finished number 6 in the West. They play the Portland Trailblazers, who had the second best record behind the Los Angeles Lakers, extremely well. They lose by 3. They lose by 4. They beat them here at home on Sunday and had a 7-point lead going to the fourth quarter here tonight. but the Blazers able to turn it around down the stretch in the fourth.
Look, this Trailblazer team was put together with a lot of veteran players. They've been in a number of playoff games. This is a growth learning process for the Timberwolves. They just had a great season, gave Portland everything they could ask for in this particular series.
And this is a team that will remain together, 9 players under contract, so it's a franchise that will continue to grow. This series is all over. The Trailblazers won it in 4, and now they await the winner between Utah and Seattle. The Jazz and the Sonics playing Game 4 tomorrow night in Seattle. Utah up 2-1. That'll be seen on TNT. The final here at the Target Center. The Blazers 85 and the T-Wolves 77. Let's go to Cheryl.
All right, I'm ready for Steve Smith right quick. Hold on. All right, Steve. I'm not sure that Rasheed called that last feint, but you guys will certainly take that last shot. But talk about the first half. You were 1 for 4. What got you going in the second half?
Well, definitely I know I have to be aggressive. But, you know, on this team, you got to pick your spots. We have so many guys that can play. But at the end, Coach started calling my post plays, and, you know, and I started taking the shots.
Steve, this was a Minnesota team that pushed you guys in this series. What do you take from this and advance to the second round?
Well, you know, they play hard. They play under control. They play with a lot of poise. And they put our backs to the wall in this game and the last game and all the games. But I think we came out with our experience and our depth.
Things certainly got heated between you and Anthony Peeler. What happened?
Well, we got tangled up. I think I hit with him in the elbow earlier. And then he tripped me and tried to step on me a little bit, but it's all good.
I already know the answer to this question, but I'm going to ask you anyway. Any particular favorite, or who do you want to play in the second round?
Well, it doesn't matter. I think both teams, Utah and Seattle, give us different matchup problems, but we just happy we got out of it, and we're playing in the second round.
All right, congratulations, Steve. Thanks a lot. Let's go back to you, Marv.
All right, thank you, Cheryl. And Steve Smith hit that big 3 down the stretch, finished with 14-6 Blazers and in double figures. You see the brackets, Lakers and Sacramento coming up next. Portland defeating Minnesota, so they await the winner between Utah and Seattle. Kevin Garnett leading the way for the T-Wolves with 17 points, 10 rebounds, and 9 assists. Again, the final, the Blazers 85, the T-Wolves 77 to take the series in 4 for Cheryl Miller and the Czar, Mike Fratello. I'm Marv Albert. Good night from Minneapolis. We'll have more on this game throughout the night. Next, the Lakers and Kings. Let's go to Kevin Harlan in Sacramento.
There have been few times that the Los Angeles Lakers have faced adversity in their season. A 2-0 lead over Sacramento gave the Lakers confidence of a first-round rout. But Sunday was the beginning of Mission Possible for an emotional Kings squad that refused to die. But one win is not enough to take a series, and the Kings have avoided elimination for now. True champions are measured by how they bounce back from a hard punch, and the Kings hope to deliver at least a couple more. Game 4 next. The Sacramento Kings are alive and kicking, and their fans are reveling in their win Sunday over the Lakers in Game 3. The circus that is the Kings and their fans are living to fight another day. Another sellout crowd inside raucous Arco Arena for Game 4 tonight. Welcome, everyone, to the NBA playoffs on TNT. The Los Angeles Lakers lead the Sacramento Kings 2-1. Good evening, everyone. Kevin Harlan alongside John Thompson, Danny Ainge, and Craig Sager. Great to have you with us tonight from the capital of California. This season, the Sacramento Kings defeated the Los Angeles Lakers twice in this building. Lost the other game by a meager point. While euphoric over Sunday's win, the Kings over the Lakers, the sense of reality is they have another elimination game tonight against the Los Angeles Lakers. And Danny, I would assume that the Kings will use the same strategy tonight that they used on Sunday.
Well, yeah, Sacramento won the game because they attacked Shaquille O'Neal at both ends of the court. They did a good job. When Shaq was on the defensive end, he only had 1 block shot, and through their penetration and body movement, they got him in 2 quick fouls. That's huge for the Sacramento Kings. Sacramento won because Tony Delk gave them great production off the bench, better than any other guard in this series. Jason Williams finally played some defense, and the tandem of A.C. Green and Robert Horry cannot guard Chris Webber. Chris Webber is finally realizing he needs to take it to the basket on a regular basis. And last, they need Stojakovic to continue his hot shooting. 19 points in Game 3, only 3 in Game 1 and Game 2. He needs to continue that hot shooting if they have any chance.
So quickly, would you stick with that problem?
Well, the Lakers are going to be a lot tougher tonight.
but they can do it. All right, let's go over to John Thompson. And, John, you always said go inside and check. You think they'll do it again tonight?
Well, I think they will, Kevin. One thing they're going to have to do is overcome this noise that is in here. I definitely feel that they've got to go at Shaq. They've got to give him some things to think about. They've got to create an attitude about the officiating and get him upset a little bit, but not too upset.
All season long, John, you talked about what would the Lakers do if they faced adversity, and they've got some adversity on their plate right now.
Well, they definitely have some adversity on their plate, and it's going to be very interesting to see how they react to it, particularly if they lose one more ball game. Shaquille O'Neal, you don't want to get him too angry, though. I wonder what mood he's in right now.
We will find out soon. The Los Angeles Lakers against the Sacramento Kings coming up next on TNT.
The family has always put in the forefront to protect the quality and the standards set by Adolphus Bush.
The deep sense of pride that my grandfather taught me, that my father continues to teach me.
I think he would be very happy that the generations of his family have practiced what he taught us.
Welcome to the Foot Locker House of Hoops. Today we're going to install a fire prevention system. Hey, Alan, how's it coming?
All fire systems go, Norm.
Well, let's give it a test, shall we?
Cool.
Boy, Alan sure is hot. Just like this Nike Air Diversity Up Tempo, which you can only get at Foot Locker. Well, that's all for the House of Hoops.
The AT&T One Rate 7-cent plan. 7 cents a minute. All day, every day.
Whoa, what are you doing?
Nothing.
7 cents all day, every day?
So?
You're doing my thing.
No, I'm not.
Oh, really? Okay, who are these guys?
Neighbors.
Really? Okay, 7 cents a minute, all day, every day?
No, it's more like all day, every day.
Okay, don't make me come up there. All day, every day. Call 1-800-4-1-RATE to enroll.
The world's most advanced shave is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Mach 3. Easy loading, easy rinsing, and 3 blades that shave closer in 1 easy stroke. Mach 3 from Gillette.
A little stress? Bet us online investors aren't helping your blood pressure.
Online? I'm on Wall Street, a professional.
My online broker lets me see stock quotes the same way they see them at the exchange.
You do not see them continuously, not as the market's moving.
Actually, I do. Say ah.
Ah.
That's why Daytech calls it streamer.
Very well.
Daytech Online. The rules are changing.
In the new internet economy, 96% of the Fortune E50 run Oracle. Oracle. Software powers the internet.
With some of the most advanced safety systems ever engineered into a 4x4, including QuadraDrive, our most advanced four-wheel drive system ever, and a quick response steering system. It's no wonder Jeep Grand Cherokee is one of the safest ways to cross treacherous terrain.
Welcome back to Sacramento and the NBA playoffs on TNT tonight. The Lakers and the Sacramento Kings in tonight's Gatorade starting lineups. Rice, O'Neal, Green, Bryant, and Harper for Los Angeles. The Kings with Williamson, Weber, Divac on their front line. Anderson and Jason Williams in the backcourt. And let's send it over to Craig Sager.
Well, thanks, Kevin. Without Tony Delk's fourth-quarter heroics on Sunday, chances are we wouldn't be here tonight. But despite all he did in that fourth quarter, and the fact that he is back on the bench tonight, he won't be there for long. Rick Edelman plans to use him early and often today at both guard positions. In fact, at today's shoot-around, he was handed a gray jersey with the starters for the first time all year. A fitting reward for a player who did not appear in 36 games this year due to a coach's decision. Kevin?
Thank you, Craig. And he's playing with his third team in 4 years. But, John, they certainly need his energy.
Well, they definitely need his energy because it's very important for the Kings to have an up-tempo game. It's just as important for his defensive contributions out there.
There's Jason Williams and Kobe Bryant. Danny, you know, we talk so much about Shaq, but Kobe is averaging in this series just as much as O'Neal at 30 points a game.
Well, talking to Adelman before the game, that was more of a concern, how to stop Kobe. They don't have anybody to guard his penetration, and that's another reason why they need Tony Delk to come in, because he is the quickest of the guards, although no one's done the job yet.
Danny, what kind of changes you think we'll see in the Lakers' repertoire? Will they tweak anything tonight?
Well, maybe double down on Weber a little bit sooner is the only thing that I can think of, and just play a lot more aggressive defensively. Bring that #1 team defense they had all year to the gym tonight.
Our referees, good crew, Kenny Maurer, Greg Willard, and Hugh Evans. And here we go from Sacramento, where the Lakers have not had a great deal of success this season. It's A.C. Green to Bryant, who swings it over to Rice. Inside to Shaq, quickly doubled, and he flips it outside. Rice for 3. Rebound by Weber.
So the Kings had Shaq triple team that possession, and I think it's going to be very significant that the Lakers go in and answer aggressiveness with aggressiveness in this game.
Here's Weber, who had 29 points on Sunday. Corliss Williamson has missed only 1 shot the entire series. He's 8 of 9.
Well, 8 of 9, that's not very many shots. Corliss is a scorer, and they usually try to go to him early in the game.
Ron Harper working on Williams. A screen by Green. A rejection by Weber. And a 3-on-2 with Williamson taking it inside. Rice is there with the rebound. Glenn Rice averaging 16 points a game in this series. Kobe Bryant coming off a 35-point game on Sunday, knocks down his first one.
Well, again, as Danny said at the beginning, it's extremely important to be able to contain this young man, too, because Shaq draws so much attention that you tend to forget the fact of how good he is, if that's possible.
And he's great on defense.
He's a great defensive player, but again, offensively, he's catching that ball in the medium post, a lot like Michael Jordan used to do with the Chicago Bulls. Very difficult to double team.
Here's Chris Webber plowing inside, the all-star from the University of Michigan.
Well, the Kings have taken 3 shots. 2 of them have been post-up shots, the other one a layup. They indicated earlier that they want to get fast break baskets and they want to attack Shaq inside.
Here comes Shaquille O'Neal coming off an off game on Sunday. Into Divac, over to Harper, swings it over to Kobe with 4 seconds to shoot, and Weber in his face. Rebound Divac.
Well, that was a good defensive possession. They covered Shaq. He got it out at the last minute.
Oh, what a shot by Jason Williams.
Well, that's a great shot for Jason Williams, but Rick Adelman wants to push them off the court. Doesn't want them always settling for the long 3-point shot. That's when they get in trouble.
Rice to O'Neal. Scoreless so far. Shaq off balance. It won't go. And the rebound by Bronny Divac with his second rebound tonight. Dribbling up court like a guard. Anderson for 3. Rebound by Shaq.
Well, you know, they got a big, you know, they get the ball to Chris Webber on the block, and he gets a lay-in, and they come down the court twice in transition and jack up threes.
Another Laker turnover. It's Jason Williams. Another 3. Rebound by Kobe Bryant.
3 possessions in a row, they're shooting threes, and they got to make those. They're the 28th worst shooting 3-point shooting team in the league.
And a shove and a foul.
Well, one of the things about Jason is he's so flamboyant, and particularly in this environment, he gets the crowd moving. Sometimes strategically, it's not the most prudent shot in the world you want, but he definitely creates atmosphere in this arena.
Williams picks up the foul. Here's Shaq, double team, fouling inside, rebound by Jason Williams. Goes by Rice, holds inside. And the foul is on the Lakers inside. Ron Harper picks up his first.
Right here, A.C. Green can't touch him when he faces up. Get his hands off him. He can't do that. He still goes by him with ease, just like he did in Game 3. Keeps going to the basket. That's the key to the series.
Weber again, quickly double, looks inside for Corliss Williamson, flips it to Anderson, the 3-ball. O'Neal is there with his second rebound.
Now that's a great shot right there because the ball went inside twice, then went out for a wide open 3. That's much different than the jumpers in transition.
Lakers have started the game 1 of 6.
Well, they've started game 1 of 6 because of the defense of the Kings. That's the one thing that I've been impressed with. The Kings' defense seems to be far more active now.
And Shaquille O'Neal just picks up his first personal foul tonight.
Well, the significance of that foul is at the wrong end of the court. You don't want to see it make it at the offensive end. You don't want to see it at all, but you don't want to see it down there.
Williams with another miss. He's 1 of 3. Here comes Kobe the other way. Working on Williams, throws it over Weber and outside to A.C. Green. Another rebound, and that is a good sign for the Kings.
Yeah, it is. The Lakers are losing their poise and their patience in the triangle offense, not getting the ball inside the Shaq.
Williamson. With a whistle and a foul inside on the Los Angeles Lakers.
Well, right now, the Kings are really following their game plan. As Coach Adams told us earlier that they really wanted to attack inside. You know, most of the times they've gone inside and gone in very strong. Even with Williams shooting the layup, you see how hard Weber came to the offensive board.
The foul was called on Kobe Bryant, as Williamson is a perfect 5 of 5 from the free throw line in this series.
Well, the key right now to the Sacramento defense is they're doubling down on Shaq quick and early, and the Laker players aren't getting to their spots soon enough, and they're not making them pay for the double teams.
Weary Phil Jackson watches as Sacramento is on a 7-0 run. Harper. Rice is picked up by Anderson.
That time they double-teamed him before the ball went in there. The referee caught him with the illegal defense.
That's the first illegal defense tonight.
Well, but again, as Danny indicated, the thing that I like is not just the fact that they are doubling, they're doing a lot of things defensively, but the Kings' defense is very active. They're alive, and as a result of it, they've been able to get out and ignite their fast break off of it.
L.A. has missed their last 5 shots. Kobe maneuvering. And over Anderson. The rebound by Jason Williams. In the rebounding category, it is 7-5 in favor of Sacramento. They're +2. Around Bryant. And he stepped out of bounds. It goes back to L.A.
That's a good call by the official, Kenny Maurer. Jason Williams might have even hooked him. But right now, Sacramento's doing such a good job of keeping the Lakers on the perimeter, which is stopping the inside game of Shaq and the offensive rebounds.
A technical foul has just been tagged on Jason Williams.
See what this Kings team has to be very careful of is they've been riding this crowd. You can't get so excited that you start to get the officials angry at you and get yourself into a bad situation as far as fouls and making technical fouls.
And one of the hardest things to do as a player is the crowd is arguing on every call, and for you to start arguing. That was a good call right there. Jason did not need to complain. If anything, he got away with a hook.
Glenn Rice hits the free throw, and the Lakers trail 9-3.
Well, Chris Webber must have heard Danny, because the one thing he's doing is telling them to calm down, to calm down.
That's what you tell your players.
In a tougher manner than that.
Yes, I know you would. Glenn Rice, and they need his outside shooting.
They do. They need someone's outside shooting because they can get the open outside jumpers all night long against the way that Sacramento's playing this defense.
That ends a drought of almost 4 minutes without a field goal from the field for Los Angeles. Weber and Green. Lakers are trying to go after Weber a couple years ago as a power forward. Williamson inside. Divac taps it in.
Boy, that's what happens. Once you penetrate, and that's what I was saying in the last game, is that once you penetrate, it pulls the defense and leaves the offensive board open because Shaq is not standing there. As a result of it, you can tap it in.
Jason Williams just picked up his second foul, and he got teed up moments ago for stepping out of bounds. And sure enough, he did. Pandemonium inside Arco Arena. The Kings lead the Lakers 11-5. Minnesota Timberwolves and take that series 3-1. Now Portland will advance. The Timberwolves again for the 4th consecutive year getting knocked out in the first round. Kevin Harlan, John Thompson, Danny Ainge, Craig Sager, our entire crew in the 3rd quarter. Phoenix is trying to knock out the defending NBA champion San Antonio Spurs, and doing it with authority is Jason Kidd, is playing tonight for the Phoenix Suns. And a look at Tony Delk, who has been the igniter for the Sacramento team in this series.
He's been the most productive guard throughout the last half of the season and in this series, so they need his defense out there, and I don't know why he took Jason Williams out, maybe to calm him down a little bit.
He's got 2 fouls. Rice inside, went across the lane, banged with Williamson, and a foul is called inside. Weber was reaching in as well, and the foul goes on Sacramento's Chris Weber. That's his first.
One of the things that I've noticed that it's good when you're on your court to use your emotions, but to lose your emotions become a danger. And that's what this Kings team have to be careful. They have to be very tactful, because this place is really jumping about the emotional atmosphere. Right now, the Lakers seem to be very suave and calm, like a team that's supposed to win. They can't do that too much, or they'll be out of here, too.
I think Phil Jackson gave them a little bit of a pep talk during that timeout, saying, you know, you got to get to the basket, too. Good drive by Glenn Rice right there.
Fight fire with fire. Free throw troubles for the Lakers on Sunday, and with Rice hitting both so far. And there is another one. So Rice from the free throw line has gone 3 of 3 tonight. He's got 5 points, and Sacramento leads by 4 as we approach the halfway point of this first quarter. Tony Delk out of Kentucky, knocked away by Kobe Bryant, and Delk held on for dear life and picked up the foul.
Well, that was interesting, because that time the Lakers extended their defense and picked up full court. Shaq even was down past the half-court line. But then it was a great play in defending the pass on Kobe's part, which does indeed reflect what Danny said, his good defensive abilities.
6'6" Ron Harper brings it the other way. Phil Jackson likes big guards.
Yes, he does. Just for that reason right there, what Kobe just did, the deflection, keeping all the defense down along the baseline and offensive rebound opportunities.
Good feed by Shaq. Harper missed it. Here comes Anderson racing the other way. Spent 10 years with Orlando, dueling with Rice at the other end. He'll put up a 3. And the Kings have their biggest lead.
Well, and I think that was good. I mean, he hit that shot, but they can't get away from movement and penetration, because the Lakers will get back in this thing if they try to survive totally on the jump shot.
A.C. Green. Harper inside to Shaq, who has not scored at all. 3 seconds on the shot clock. Kobe corkscrewing inside. And it's picked up by Anderson. Again, Shaquille O'Neal has not scored. Anderson, another 3 try. This time won't go, and the rebound by Harper.
Well, they're taking a lot of 3-pointers right now. They're really jacked up, and when they're going, they're in the lead. But right now, the Lakers just can't make a shot from the perimeter. When the ball comes out of the double teams from Shaq, they're not making quick decisions with the ball.
Divac just took it away.
Well, and the Lakers look very lethargic. They look very much like the Kings played against them the game before last. They've got to get some movement, look for some more penetration, get the ball into Shaq, and create some problems for the Kings.
There's another turnover by Sacramento. This time, the culprit, A.C. Green. Down court, Kobe to Harper. And the nice transition.
Well, it all set up by the defense. A.C. Green's playing with a lot of energy like he does every night. But, you know, you got to give Sacramento some credit. They've come out, taking the inside game away from the Lakers. They're used to doing it, and they just haven't, it has caught them off guard.
Chris Weber inside. Again, inside play where John tonight, he is 2 of 2.
Well, and I like it when I see him going to the basket like that, because that puts so much pressure on the defense. Even if you do have a shot blocker inside, a shot blocker needs space to block shots, and when you're attacking, it's much more difficult for him.
And Rice with the miss and the rebound by Anderson.
I love A.C. Green, but he cannot guard Chris Weber. They've got to get better help.
Weber behind the back, looking for Delk. Cross-court, Divac. He tries to reel out O'Neal. Sacramento leads by their biggest margin tonight, 18-9. This place is an insane asylum.
This is amazing for first quarter basketball. This is unbelievable. It started at the opening during warm-up.
The scoreless O'Neal to Rice, slithering inside, knocked away by Weber. It's a 4-on-2. Weber to Delk, the fake, and a good one it is on Harper, who then knocked it away. And it's picked up by Rice, and the Lakers have numbers the other way. Rice to Shaq, bumping into Divac, and a foul called inside on Sacramento. Divac is not backing down, nor did he in Game 3 on Sunday.
No, and the Sacramento Kings have done a great job of giving him help. Right here, great help by Divac right there on the penetration by Rice. They just couldn't convert the fast break opportunity. But what they're doing is they're giving Vlade so much more confidence by coming down and taking away the inside game. He could be a lot more aggressive.
Shaquille O'Neal, John, on Sunday, went 5 of 14 from the free throw line, and the Kings, who are going at him time and time again, are right now using that to exploit what they think is a poor free throw shooter.
Well, it plays mental games with you, particularly when they're attacking you and you find yourself getting in foul trouble. You go into the free throw line, you're not making them as much. You make it psychological warfare as well as physical warfare out there.
He just missed 2 right there. Approaching 3 minutes to play here in the first quarter. Lakers are shooting 20%, the Kings 46%. Delk through traffic by Shaq.
Well, and that's why he's so effective. That Delk has not been reluctant to go to the basket, get Shaq to follow, get in a situation where somebody's in a position for offensive rebound. The little guy's got a lot of guts.
Tony Delk off the bench again with great detonation, driving by O'Neal for another 2. The Lakers are shooting 3 of 15. Shaq hasn't scored. And the Kings lead it at home 20-9.
CNN Sports Illustrated, the sports...
Ernie Johnson in our Atlanta studio. You're watching TNT, the Lakers and the Kings, and what a raucous place Arco is. Meantime, on TBS right now, let's look at Derek Dial. He was the number 58 pick, I believe, in 1998. Number 52 pick, getting some clock for San Antonio here. They were down by 12 at the end of 3 periods, have cut the lead to 6 as they fight for their playoff lives on TBS. You can catch that right now. But we're going to go back to Arco. Kev.
AJ, thank you very much. Shaq hasn't scored. Jason Williams on the Sacramento bench with a couple of fouls. The Lakers are shooting 3 of 15. Vlade Divac with 4 points, and so far he's winning the toss with Shaq. And Tony Delk has again been his energetic self in igniting the Sacramento Kings and taking the place of the aforementioned Jason Williams. 50% shooting for Sacramento. Kobe is a 1 of 4 start, averaging 30 points a game in the series. In the first quarter, averaging 11. We saw him explode the other night for 15 in Game 2. Kobe only 1 of 4. No changes for Sacramento, and Robert Horry comes in for the Lakers, joining Rice, Bryant, O'Neal, and Harper. A.C. Green is on the bench.
Well, Robert Horry can maybe stretch the defense a little bit with some outside shots, and it's a tag team against Weber with A.C. Green down low.
Here's Shaq, shot clock at 3. Harper for 3. And the ex-Chicago Bull can't hit. Another rebound, the 6th rebound pulled down by Vlade Divac.
Well, that's the significance of Shaq not being able to score until their perimeter people are able to open up, because they're collapsing, trapping Shaq, that somebody from the Lakers has to hit outside.
Weber trying to hit outside. Rebound by Shaquille O'Neal. He had 17 the other afternoon.
Well, you can't just settle for that shot, Kevin. That's a good shot to take, but they have had success by attacking this Laker team.
O'Neal with his first 2 points tonight.
Well, you know, Vlade doesn't want to use his fouls too soon, and later in the game he would have fouled Shaq on that since he's struggling from the free throw line, but he wants to get through the first half with 2 or less fouls.
We're going to see more of the Sacramento bench in just a second. Delk already in there off the bench, almost a steal by Harper, who fumbled it away in the shot clock at 13.
Well, you can see Delk does not do a good job. I had running the show. Here we got Pollard in to give Divac a rest, so he keeps him out of foul trouble.
The Laker bench consists of Ori. We're going to see a lot of Brian Shaw. And Devin George tonight might see some time, although Rick Fox is back after his wife delivered their first child yesterday in New York City. Squeezing inside is Anderson across the lane, a foul call. Harper picks up his second personal foul. But the bench of Sacramento has been so instrumental in this team's success. In now is Pollard. In now is Stojakovic, along with Delk. And that bench, as you see John Barry, who, Danny, you kind of raised my eyebrows the other night when you said that the Kings staff thinks he's the 5th best player on the team. He could be a starter.
Well, he's one of the 5 best. They didn't necessarily mean just the 5th. He's one of the 5 best basketball players. They mean a guy that can make decisions, pass, shoot, dribble, defend, knows how to play all aspects of the game. And it doesn't surprise me at all. I played against John and coached against him. He's a terrific player.
All right, Coach. Devon's out, and they bring in Pollard. How do you like that change, John, here late in the first quarter?
I like it because it makes them more susceptible to hack a Shaq. Now you've got Pollard in, who's very physical, very aggressive, does a good job defensively, and he's going to bump Shaq and push him around, although they're doing a great job in helping now on Shaq as it is.
And Devon's just taking a rest. He's not in foul trouble. He has 4 points and 6 rebounds and a quick foul called on Pollard.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. Right away, he came in and he started to lean on Shaq and push him a little bit, but that's his role. He's looking like he didn't touch him, but his role, he's put in there to be physical with Shaq.
Do you like the move, Danny?
I do like the move, absolutely. You know, Vlade can't play 48 minutes against Shaq, so you got to give him some rest. That's good defense, but Shaq just got very aggressive that way, backed his way into Pollard. Pollard has no chance of defending Shaq with the weight difference that he's given up if the officials are going to allow Shaq to just back his way into the post.
There you see Vlade Divac, a former Los Angeles Laker. The crowd again very jazzed as Shaq at the free throw line in this series is 46%, and tonight 0 of 3. There's his first right there, and he's got 3 points for the night.
Well, and you heard about the reputation of this place, and it's everything and more than people said it is, because this Kings team is riding the emotions in this gym very well, and particularly defensively.
Weber maneuvering inside. Robert Horry got a hand on it and saves it and gives it up to Kobe Bryant. Bryant against Delk. Accelerates, makes the seductive fake. He got Delk in the air, tapped in by the uncovered Ron Harper.
That's why he likes those big guards. Ron Harper's been doing that in the Chicago system for years. Bryant shot, another great offensive rebounder. Those long guards are tough to keep off the glass.
Sacramento +4 in rebounding. Delk from outside, right between the eyes. He's got 5 points. 11-point lead for Sacramento. Delk bumping into Rice and a foul for the second time on Delk.
Well, you know, and the significance of that play, even though the foul was drawn, the Lakers have to get more motion. They have to run that triangle offense so that they present more options for themselves. They're coming down against a set defense and trying to penetrate. That time it worked. They picked up a foul, but they probably need more motion because of how Shaq is being played.
Rice at the free throw line. So now Danny, Delk has 2 fouls and Jason Williams has 2 fouls, and that's the energy they seek at the point.
Well, you know, Derek Martin's had a good year for them, a terrific player, experience, and John Barry's still sitting over there, so I don't think Adelman's too worried if Delk picks up a 3rd right now. But you got to give a lot of credit to the Sacramento defense in this first quarter. They are swarming. There's no hesitation. There's no thinking if they should go double. They are trapping and trapping aggressively.
It's funny what defense does for you, isn't it?
It's a beautiful thing.
Well, and it's really helped by the atmosphere in here. I mean, it's amazing how these people can pick you up. If it, you know, the way they're pressing, they're trapping, it gives a lot of energy.
Pollard inside. Shaquille O'Neal is out, Travis Knight is in, and Pollard exploits the slower Knight.
Well, you know, I don't know what the Lakers were doing defensively. It didn't even look like they matched up. Pollard was wide open under the basket, and there was no trap on the perimeter.
Harper down low and trapped. Travis Knight left uncovered and knocks it in.
Well, you know, and that's what's got to happen. They've got to hit those shots. It's good to stay calm and collective because you're the favorite, you're the mature team, but you've got to generate some energy now. You've got to get out if I'm the Lakers, play a little defense, get a couple of easy baskets, and get back in this thing a lot easier.
Kings are shooting 50%. The scoop by Weber knocked away. Final seconds ticking off in the first quarter. The Kings play defense, and Vlade Divac authored a great first quarter. 4 points and 6 rebounds and held Shaq scoreless when he was in. The Lakers have never led. At the end of one, the Kings on top, 27-18.
time ever.
It's a beautiful night in downtown Sacramento, and these are the playoffs on TNT. Kevin Harlan, John Thompson, Craig Sager, and Danny Ainge from the capital of California. The Lakers just had their lowest scoring quarter of the series and trail at the end of one, 27-18. And offensive rebounding, Danny, has kind of been the catchphrase of the series for both teams.
Well, the Lakers just dominated the offensive boards in Game 1 and Game 2, and in Game 3 it was a pretty even series. But here, the only offensive rebound of the first quarter right there by Ron Harper. They've got to continue to eliminate those.
First 3 games, John, all in favor of Los Angeles.
Well, and I think that as long as the Lakers are moving, as long as they're making certain that the Kings are moving when they're on offense, they're going to be in a position because of the big guards to get offensive rebounds. But if they stand around and take first options impatiently, particularly in this gym, in this atmosphere, they're not going to get many offensive rebounds.
We begin the second quarter with one King starter on the floor. That's Chris Webber. Stojakovic is in with Delk, Berry, and Collins. Stojakovic with the miss. Rebound by the high-flying Delk. Into Stojakovic. Oh, what a play!
Boy, that was a great pass by Delk. A great cut by Stojakovic.
That's hustle.
Yeah, you can tell right now, Shaq, right, he's not really going for the blocks. He's doing everything he can. He got one cheap foul, and he's very tentative at the defensive end to avoid foul trouble.
Shaq with the hook and a foul inside. Pollard was defending. Brian Shaw is in for the first time tonight for Los Angeles, second on Pollard.
Right here, you just see Tony Delk hustling, anticipating the rebound, but that's a great shot. You see Shaq almost getting out of the way there and not even making an attempt for the block on Stojakovic.
Well, and that's the thing that will happen once you start attacking him early in the game. He's not going to just sit in the lane and block up the lane because he's going to be too conscious of the fouls and not want to get himself in a situation where he has to sit on the bench.
Shaq now has 4 points and 4 rebounds. You're talking about the leading scorer this season in the NBA at just under 30 points a game, and he's averaging right at 30 points a game in this first-round series.
A lot of times it happens with guys that aren't great good free throw shooters, though. The more you foul them, they get a rhythm, and they start getting a feel for what shots to make and how hard to shoot it as the game goes along, and I've seen Shaq do that many times. He shoots better in the fourth than in the first.
Willowy Ori with the rebound into Shaq. Works around Pollard, knocked away and out of bounds. Some incredible defense turned in by Chris Webber.
Well, Chris Webber came over. Pollard actually was guarding him, and Chris Webber comes over, as you can see, as the second option, and comes over and gives him some help and makes a great play.
Stojakovic for 3. Off the hands of Brian Shaw. No, off of Pollard, they say, and the Los Angeles Lakers will inbound. Lakers shooting 28%.
You know, Stojakovic and also Delk have had a lot of success, but they can't get overconfident and shoot the ball too quick because they are still playing the Los Angeles Lakers.
Kobe Bryant is now 1 of 6. O'Neal makes his second field goal tonight. He's 2 of 5.
I like that. Kobe came off and just shot it. He's been trying to penetrate and get to the basket, and there's 4 or 5 Sacramento Kings defending the paint because they do not respect the outside shooting of this Laker team.
Webber tries to drive. Robert Horry put the clamps on him and picks up the foul for Los Angeles. That is the first on Robert Horry, the ex-Houston Rocket and Phoenix Sun. Stojakovic into Webber. Picked up by Robert Horry. Will they double him with Rice? They keep the single coverage there, and Webber exploits it again.
Well, and I like that a lot better because that time Stojakovic went into Webber as opposed to just launching up jump shots, even though he shoots the ball well. Webber is doing a fantastic job of going to the ball with the ball as opposed to standing outside and shooting jump shots.
Webber has 6 points, a 20-second timeout taken by the Los Angeles Lakers.
I find it very interesting right here. You know, Webber, what he's going to do is he's going to dislodge Robert Horry. He's going to bump him with his left shoulder and knock him completely off balance right here.
Dislodge?
That's the terminology the officials use. But Phil Jackson calls timeout to get in Hugh Evans' ear. But the funny thing is, Rick Adelman's been yelling the whole game that Shaq does that every time down the court. So if I'm Phil Jackson, I think I'm not bringing that dislodge rule up too much in this game.
The only thing I hope is that Weber doesn't stop dislodging people, or he's going to go home.
You like gritty guys. You want him in to go to fight every time he touches it down in the block.
Well, why be 6'10" or 6'8" and shoot jump shots only from the corner? That's your advantage, is to go to the basket, put pressure on the defense. Also, the other point is that guys that block shots usually block shots of someone else's man. When you're coming to them, they're going to back out and move out of the way.
Laker starters on the floor except Horry and Shaw. Here's Bryant. He hits his second in a row. And Kobe Bryant with 4 points. Dealt from outside. Rebound by Shaw, who was out of basketball a season ago. Coaching junior college basketball outside of Oakland, California. Rice across the lane into the rack, and the rebound Stojakovic. Yugoslav against Rice. Weber picked up by Horry. Nice flip out to Weber, who hesitates wisely and gets it into Pollard. And short over Shaq. Inside dunk. He sneaks in for 2.
That guy is all over the place out there.
Shaq again with the double. Great feed to Robert Horry, who is knocked off his horse by Chris Weber. They're going to take it inside, make him feel it.
Well, you want to make him feel it, but you also, the Lakers are giving them a little bit of their own medicine by penetrating.
Tony Delk has 7 points since coming off the bench with clever little moves like that. One of the craftiest Kings on the floor. It's a 10-point lead for Sacramento. Flagrant foul.
They called that because he just came down right across his face. It didn't look like it was intentional, but they thought that it was excess. After the whistle blew, he came and followed through right through Robert Horry's face.
Tell you what is one of the most intriguing things about watching the Kings, Danny. They play with so much freedom, so instinctive, intuitive, but when they need defensive rebounding, it seems to come their way, and certainly that's the fuel for their car. I mean, they need to get that.
Oh, rebounding is a key for them throughout this series. They did a great job of rebounding in Game 3. They matched the Lakers, who are one of the top rebounding teams in basketball, and they're doing a good job tonight of keeping the war on the boards even.
One reason, Kevin, why that's particularly important with the Kings is that they're a fast break team. In order to fast break, you've got to be more aggressive defensively, get some steals. You've got to get on the boards and rebound so that you can get out and run. If they don't rebound, they're going to end up having to play a half-court game, which sometimes they become too impatient in.
Robert Horry missing the second one. Flagrant foul called on Chris Weber, who's on the bench with 2 fouls, 6 points. 3 rebounds and 3 assists and 2 fouls on Jason Williams. Taken out for Delk, put back in the game. With Barry, Divac, Pollard, and Stojakovic. Shaq and Kobe in there, but they have not shot well. Driving inside, Kobe Bryant for 2.
John Barry's wondering where the middle help is right there. He came right off the ball screen and just went right to the basket with no help on the weak side.
John Barry inside to Vlade Divac, who played great to begin the game. Barry, one of the great three-point shooters in the NBA, with a miss. Saved by Divac, flings it near midcourt, and picked up by Rice and a Lakers steal.
Well, good shot by Barry, but again, I don't think the Kings can get away from what got them here. They've got to penetrate.
Nice feed from Kobe Bryant to Shaq.
Great recognition. Jason Williams was the only one back to defend Shaq. Kobe just threw it up at the basket.
Pollard had it knocked away, retrieves it back to Stojakovic, who played great on Sunday and is staggering tonight. He is 1 of 4. Rice locates Kobe open for 2. Rebound by Scott Pollard. Williams to Pollard to Barry, left uncovered for 3. The extra pass, big right there.
Well, that was the extra pass made by Pollard, which was really good. Rather than take the jump shot at the foul line, he threw it to a shooter, and then he cut to the foul line so that he could be in position to rebound.
Bryson Stojakovic inside for Shaq, and an easy gliding 2 for Shaquille O'Neal, and the Lakers to within 6.
That's a great move right there. That's what I mean. That's not so much a dislodge right there. That's just child abuse right there.
Divac driving on Shaq. Rebound retrieved by Kobe Bryant. Such court awareness by Bryant. Accelerates and drives. Oh!
Drive by Kobe Bryant right there in transition, was very persistent, saw that nobody was all the way back to defend the paint, just kept taking his dribble alive, taking right back to the basket.
Count the 2 on this magnificent play by Kobe Bryant, and the Lakers to within 4 halfway through the second quarter.
He's got 4 championship rings. He's got 3 MVP titles. But this quarterback is so original, he's also got a whole town named after him. Maybe you've heard of it. It's a town called Joe Montana.
When you're an original, you do it your own way. Original Coors.
The official beer of Joe, Montana.
Your mission.
Lakers have never led. They've trailed by as many as 11 points. Sacramento's defense key.
Yeah, right here you just see Kobe getting penetration right here. But right here, Vlade's got to be concerned so much with Shaq. He can't give Vlade, look at him, he doesn't even give any help whatsoever right there. Kobe, a great athletic move. But at the other end of the court, great fast break by Jason Williams, and good extra pass right there by Pollard, finding John Barry, who's a specialist three-point shooter, knocking him down in transition.
Delk is on the bench, but with 7 points, 3 of 6 from the field. And you can see what happens, John, when Delk is in and Williams is out.
Well, Delk creates a lot of action. Not only does he score, he picks up rebounds, he defends, he does a lot of things. Jason is a tempo player. He creates a lot of excitement. He's younger, he's gaining experience, and he'll get better at a lot of those things.
Danny, could they play together?
Yeah, and I think Rick Adelman planned on playing them together tonight had Jason Williams not picked up 2 quick fouls. But the interesting thing about that stat is it was very similar in game 1. 54% to 29% in game 1. Or game 3, I'm sorry.
Kobe with 9 points, 7 in this quarter. Shaq has 7 points in this quarter. Barry to Weber inside, driving on Rice. And a foul called on Glenn Rice of Los Angeles. That's the first on him. Another flagrant foul, perhaps. It was. But
that's almost
on Los Angeles.
Kevin, that's almost like the baseball rule that Michael Buddy over here is very well familiar with. When the pitcher throws the ball and hits your man, then you've got to hit him at the other end. Weber was called down at the other end for grabbing somebody, and now they get him at the other end.
Little chin music there, Danny.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. Clean the game up early on. It's not going to make or break the game right now. Send a message. No hard fouls going to the basket.
Chris Webber this season was the number 6 scorer and the number 5 rebounder in the NBA. And an All-Star, as we mentioned before, for a second time.
Well, and Kevin, I love this Chris Webber I'm seeing now. You know, he's going to the basket with authority. It's not just a finesse. It's not just a butterfly game. He's turned into a bull today, and I love that about him now.
But he hasn't earned the respect of this Laker defense yet because they have not started double-teaming him yet, and there's no way. He's proven throughout this series that Robert and AC have a difficult time guarding him.
Williams, another 3 try, barely grazing the iron. Webber is there to try to clean it up. And does.
Look at him. That's the ball I'm talking about. He's going to the boards. He got about 3 taps that time.
Lakers were within 3. Now they trail 40 to 33. Shaq inside, across the lane, nimbly moving. Or he gets the offensive rebound. Rice will try to trigger it, looking now for Shaw. Alley-oop for Shaq, working on Divac, who played it well. Barry fights with Kobe. Here comes Sacramento. It's Barry and Rice. Webber with Shaq on one side and Shaw on the other. Where does he go? Over Shaq. Rebound by Rice.
Well, but I love that. Chris Webber didn't just launch it up. He looked for some other options. Nobody was cutting. The clock went down to about 9 seconds, so he felt he had to take the shot.
Outside Rice hits the three. They are doubling Shaq every time he touches the ball.
They're doubling Shaq, and that's the one guy that they do not want to get an open three is Glenn Rice.
Rice has 10 points in the game. Weber to Stojakovic, who has been off so far, driving inside. The Kings seem to have an answer for everything the Lakers do at the other end.
Right, Stojakovic is a very good scorer right over there. Glenn Rice cannot defend him either off the dribble. But again, we see Shaq not much of a factor in the paint defensively. Again, I think if he can get through this half without getting foul trouble, we'll see a completely different Shaquille O'Neal defensively in the second half.
Well, and that's the advantage of going after him early in the game, because then it makes him tentative as to letting him become aggressive standing in the middle.
And a timeout.
Daytech Online. The rules of online trading are changing by cold, refreshing Zima. Zima, a few degrees cooler. And by the new film U571. Now playing.
Back on TNT tomorrow night. We will be in Seattle. The Supersonics may have put their inner bickering away. Rashard Lewis has been incredible with Ruben Patterson and Gary Payton. And the Sonics have new life. They trail Utah 2-1. They face elimination again. And we'll be there beginning at 8 o'clock on TNT. The Kings facing elimination again, as they did Sunday. But they have never trailed in the game. The only tie has been at 2. The biggest Kings lead has been 11. Jason Williams, erratic as always. Boy, exciting to watch. And the Sacramento Kings at the free throw line, where tonight they have gone 6 of 6 and lead it right now 42-36.
Well, they're doing a good job of attacking the basket like we talked about in the open, and that's been the difference in this game. They're getting to the free throw line, and they're getting a lot of easy baskets.
Rice is out. They've brought back in Harper. Stojakovic hits the free throw. And the Kings lead is back up to 7 with about 5.5 to play in the half here in the second quarter. Bryant into Berry, looking for Harper, out of bounds. Laker turnover. They've got 4, and the Kings have 4 tonight.
And right there, Jason Williams did a good job of coming over and helping. He doesn't care how many jump shots Ron Harper shoots from the perimeter. Did a great job of sealing the penetration of Kobe.
Driving inside. Weber can't get it to go. Kobe comes the other way. Bryant has 9. Shaq has 10. Bryant to the hole with the left hand. Rebound and hailed by Shaquille O'Neal.
Well, that was a good play on Shaq's part, because he played off of Kobe's penetration, which pulled the defense over, and he quickly got positioned and was able to go up with the shot.
Gary drives into a double team, lost it as he went inside the lane. Kobe has it, galloping with Harper. There's the pass, and a great defensive play by Jason Williams.
Well, he anticipated the pass the whole way. Kobe never made him defend him in the 2-on-1 break.
Berry to Divac, over Shaq from outside. Rebound by Shaquille O'Neal. He's got 6 in the game.
Here we talk about Shaq. 6 rebounds, 12 points. He's been double teamed and triple teamed every time he touches the ball. The guy is such a dominant player.
Well, and with the perimeter players they have out now, Danny, if you look, where's the shot going to come from other than Kobe? You know, if they get it into Shaq, everybody's going to come inside, as that was the case with Harper shooting that.
Harper missing the 3. He is only a career 28% three-point shooter, so they concede that by doubling Shaq down low.
Well, not only did they concede it, they didn't even make any attempt whatsoever to recover back to Harper.
And a 2-point shot right there by Berry.
Well, and he's doing what the Lakers need at this end. You need to have somebody that once penetration is made that opens it up for the Lakers the same way Barry is doing for Weber and Divac.
O'Neal double, spinning, churning, rebound by Berry. Shaq is 4 of 10 tonight. Jason Williams draws the defensive Shaw. The screen by Divac. The shot by Williams. Barely grazed the iron. Berry through traffic, and Weber is there. with Williams driving again inside with the reverse. Weber and a foul. The Kings continue to pound it inside.
They just keep getting second shot opportunities as well. Loose balls are going the Kings' way, and almost every time their energy level, this crowd has energized the Sacramento Kings to unbelievable level. You wonder if they can maintain it for 48 minutes.
AC Green picks up his first foul.
Well, and one of the reasons why they're able to get on the boards, Kevin, is that they're penetrating as opposed to just standing outside. Once you penetrate, you cause the defense to commit to you to try to help the weak side offensive players now in a position to get rebounds out here. But one of the things that looking at the Lakers is that very seldom are they able to get fast break baskets. Even when they play good defense, that puts a lot of pressure on Shaq because everybody down at the other end is collapsing back on him and his outside shooters aren't hitting.
Just saw the offensive rebounding advantage for Sacramento. Kobe Bryant has left. They've brought in Rice to join Green, Shaq, Shaw, and Harper. Stojakovic is gone. He's 2 of 5. They brought in Anderson for Sacramento. Doubled again, Shaq. Harper, Rice outside. He's got the touch, and he continues that way. The impending free agent is the only solid, consistent scorer the Lakers have tonight.
Well, the big three are scoring all the points. The Lakers, to get back in this game and to win, they need Shaw, Fisher, Harper, AC, Ori, somebody stepping up and making the shots other than Rice.
A 5-point game. Weber double team. Saves it and throws it right back to Rice. But the Kings back on defense. What hustle at the other end by John Barry.
Well, that was great hustle by Barry. He dove, but I thought he almost used the football tactic because once he dove, he grabbed the man around Rice or whoever it was. He grabbed him around the leg.
19 seconds to shoot. He may have just been trying to hold him too, John, to brace his fall.
Oh, sure.
I, for one,
I'll believe that one tomorrow.
Yeah, I know. 2.5 to play in the half. Both teams shooting 38% from the field. Shaq against Divac inside, plies his way for 2.
And that's a cardinal sin. Divac knows the double team's coming. Weber was there on the top side. You cannot let him go baseline away from your help.
Divac, while he was in the first quarter, held Shaq scoreless. Now Shaq is picking up some momentum. 14 for the game, 11 in the second quarter.
Well, a lot of times when somebody's holding you scoreless, it's not your fault. Your teammates have to do things to free you up, particularly when you're playing it in the post.
John Barry flips it outside. Anderson for 3. This is why they traded for Nick Anderson for this time of the year, for those kind of shots.
Well, what they're doing is they're getting middle penetration. The Laker defense is built on keeping everything down toward the baseline. And that middle penetration is opening up those perimeter shots just like it did in Game 3.
Shaw launching a 3. The rebound, a 9th rebound for Weber. Barry, he'll put up a 3-ball. Oh, what a shot! The Kings have knocked down 6 3-point shots tonight. Rice feeds down to Harper, looking for Shaq, doubled inside. Its shot won't go. O'Neal is 6 of 13, another Kings rebound.
Well, and this is where Williams has got to be smart. Barry is hot. He's hitting. Anderson hit outside shots. He can now not get them the ball. He's got to ride their momentum.
Shaw trying to dance with Williams, and a foul on Shaw, number 1.
I love that, trying to dance with him. Rick Adelman's looking over at Jason going, Jason, calm down, relax. I mean, he hears this crowd going crazy, and his head starts buzzing.
That's like Rasheed Wallace or either or Kevin Garnett when they get that, when that motor is running at full throttle, sometimes You like that energy out there.
Well, you like it, but it's got to be in control, particularly in a playoff. As I said earlier, you don't want to lose your emotions. You want to use them. But if they get out of control, it can work against you also.
But if you don't use it, you're going to lose it.
No, I love that emotion, but at the same time, you don't necessarily want it out of your point guard. You want your emotion out of the other guys more. You want your point guard being more under control. He's the decision maker.
Well, and particularly when Barry and Anderson are hitting, you don't want to see him doing the James Brown at the top of the key. Get them the ball.
That's why I could never play point. I was too hyper.
Oh, Kobe Bryant cleared for takeoff. Bryant now in the game with 11. So high he flew.
And quieted the crowd down for a minute as well.
Their jaws are all down on the floor. Out of bounds, Kings turnover. That's their 8th turnover. The Lakers have 5.
Well, this is not only a great pass, but a great back pick right there by Glenn Rice. You can't leave Glenn Rice. John Barry's so concerned with giving him an open look. No help for Nick Anderson. Kobe gets the easy dunk.
Final minute of the first half, and what a beauty it's been. Bryant around the Shaquille screen. Stripped to the ball inside. Lakers turned over for a 6th time. Defense by Sacramento again.
Well, great defense by them, but the Lakers have to run their triangle. They have to make the Kings move a little bit. They're just standing, supporting, and collapsing.
Weber drives inside. Divac volleyballs it to himself. And they'll run down the clock for the final 10 seconds of the half. Weber against Green. Send it over to Craig Sager.
Well, John, we talked about the bench foul, but the energy, the excitement, the enthusiasm you put into this game, where did it come from?
It's easy with all these people. I mean, it's the best place to play in the league. We got drubbed down in L.A. We're back home with our fans, and we're a different ball club. So 24 more minutes. We got to put it to them.
You played so well on the boards. You're hitting the outside shots. Can this team play this well for 48 minutes?
I certainly hope so. We'll find out if we want to play on Friday. Hopefully we can do it.
Great first half. Let's go back to Kevin.
His dad was a Hall of Famer. And the younger Barry with 8 points all in the second quarter. Coming up next, the AT&T halftime report. Here in Sacramento, incredible scene with the Los Angeles Lakers trailing the Kings at halftime, 56-45.
All right, 27 more days until we got games. WNBA, the
experience in more depth. The fact
Arco Arena in full flower tonight. These are the NBA playoffs on TNT. The Los Angeles Lakers have never led tonight. The Kings have had leads as great of 11 points on 6 occasions tonight, including at halftime. Well, the big three not getting much help from the bench.
No, they're not. They need some help from the bench, too, because Shaq is not... He's demanding so much attention. The bench isn't even being guarded when they come in the court. They need one of those guys to step up, make some shots.
Danny, quickly, you notice any kind of adjustments? The Lakers came into this game with after losing the Game 3 game here Sunday.
I was a little surprised in the first half that the players didn't recognize or anticipate that Shaq was going to be doubled as aggressively as he is. They weren't quite in their spot soon enough ready to take the shots.
John, what about adversity? The Lakers got a heap full now on their plate.
Well, they do have a lot. In the minds of a lot of people, the name was already on the trophy of the championship for the Lakers. Right now, where they're playing, the name has been removed, and there are some things that they're going to have to compete for in order to get this trophy.
Sacramento came into tonight the number 28 team in the NBA in three-point shooting, but they have been outstanding from outside.
Well, they've been hot and cold. I think they've taken a lot of possessions, but, that's the way. They, they get up more three-pointers than anybody in the league, but they're not a very good shooting, and that's the way they've played all year. But I think that Chris Webber is the guy that can give them a big advantage, and they need to go inside more to him and forget so many threes.
And let's send it over to Craig Sager.
Well, Danny mentioned anticipation. Coach Phil Jackson said reaction. Basketball is a game of reaction. This team did not react defensively. They did not react going to the boards, and they did not react offensively. The triangle offense is reaction. He said, number one, they're putting a 10 around Shaquille. We will throw it in there and try to get another illegal defense early in the third quarter. Kevin?
All right, Craig, thank you. And here we start the second half. Divac feeding Weber, who's quickly doubled. Divac from outside over Kobe Bryant. Rebound tapped by Rice. Loose inside. On the floor, Harper. And Shaq will get it.
Well, and I'm not certain that that's the first shot that you want to open the half up with. You still want to get movement. You want to go inside. That's the thing that is giving the Kings success, and they've got to stick with that a little bit more, I think.
Kobe Bryant. Anderson got a hand on it. They say Green the last to touch it, and Sacramento will inbound. And through 24 minutes of basketball, here are some of our numbers.
Well, Sacramento dominated, and you see the key stat right there is the rebounding right there. In the first 3 games, they're out rebounded by 27 and leading by 9 in the first half of this game. That's the biggest difference.
Nice ball rotation to Williams. Another rebound by Shaq. He has 8.
Well, but again, if you start the half off the first 2 shots with jump shots, when you've had success posting up and driving.
You can see that the Lakers first made the adjustment, but the first time Weber touched the ball in the post, they went right down and immediately double-teamed him.
Rice, who was hot in the first half, missing right there, rebound by Anderson. And neither team has scored to begin the second half.
But what is extremely important for this Laker team is to play real good aggressive defense and get themselves a little bit more alive than they have been.
Chris Webber finally puts it in. Webber tonight has put in 15 points. And a quick timeout taken by Los Angeles as they trail by their biggest margin of 13 points. The Sacramento Kings are facing elimination again. But they're playing tough, leading 58-45.
Look at this. There's so many choices. But what if you had none? That's a problem for many communities. Allen Iverson recognizes the need for choices. Everything okay at home? He works with an evening basketball program that offers neighborhood kids a positive place to go. Hey, get up the court, get up the court, get up the court. Go. This gives them the opportunity to make the right choice. Team up to improve your community.
Hello? What's happening, B? What's that? What's that?
Hold on, baby. Okay.
Hello? What's that? What's that?
Oh, that was hot! Did you see that?
Yeah, that's hot.
You can't help but fall in love with a color like this. Vapor, a new color for the new Beetle. Only 2,000 available, only online.
NBA Playoffs 2000 on TNT. Brought to you by Brewery Fresh, Budweiser, the official beer sponsor of the NBA. And by Volkswagen. On the road of life, there are passengers and there are drivers. Drivers wanted.
Well, the Lakers specialists are guys that have helped the big three all season, but they're not helping them tonight.
Well, and I think that that's one of the reasons why Shaq is having the difficulty he's having. Everybody put a lot of heat on Shaq after the last game. Probably will put some on him after this game if they don't win. But a lot of what he does is dependent on how the people on the perimeter that are playing react to him. If they don't start moving, if they don't start scoring, it's easy to double him, it's easy to triple him, and he's not going to be able to be effective.
And a key member of that group is Rick Fox, who hasn't got in the game today because he was in New York and didn't get in until 4:30 this afternoon because of the birth of their baby.
Combined, that group is 2 of 11. Rice working on Williamson. Shaq with the feed to Kobe, who rides some rough terrain but finally finds two.
Well, that's just an individual effort because they went down and trapped him in the corner, and he came out and used his ability and just sprung over him and made the basket.
I can guarantee you right now, Phil Jackson is very upset with the execution of this triangle offense.
Williams missing right there. Good rebound. Gobbled up by Williamson. Anderson with the rebound by Harper. Rebounding tonight, the Kings +8. Kobe. Uncovered A.C. Green, and the rebound by Williamson inside for Sacramento.
Well, and that's why he's uncovered. I mean, he's uncovered because they're not making shots outside other than Rice and Kobe, who's penetrating and making his pull-up shot. They aren't being guarded.
Just saw the offensive rebounding advantage for Sacramento. Weber with the pump fake pass, and he drills home a 15-footer.
Weber can get that shot anytime he wants. A.C. Green has not been effective in this game. He hasn't scored a point yet, hasn't got a rebound yet, and he's allowing Chris Weber to get any kind of shot he wants in the half-court offense.
Kobe Bryant dancing with Anderson, stripped away by Weber. And a whistle and a foul is called inside. It goes on Anderson with number 1.
Right here we see Vlade coming down to just set a little screen. AC gets bumped off a little bit, but he never does recover. He doesn't know. There's no communication on defense, and Shaq's going to switch or stay at home.
Well, isn't it amazing, Danny, how after you made a couple of post-up moves, made a couple of layups, your jump shot seems to fall even better. As opposed to last week when he was taking nothing but jump shots. He's gone to the basket, gotten some tip-ins, gotten some power moves, and now his jump shot is falling for him.
And they backed off so far on him. I mean, the jump shot isn't even a contested jump shot. He can shoot whenever he wants, just feel free.
So he's got the best of both worlds. Bryant hit his first and douses his second. Just under 9 to play here in the third. The Lakers are shooting 37%. The Kings are shooting 40%. Bryant's got 15 points in the game. Green against Weber. Tough matchup. Rebound by Harper. Harper's got 5 rebounds with his 6'6" wiry frame looming underneath.
I don't like how the Lakers, every time they get a rebound, they just walk the ball up the court.
Into Shaq, handcuffed inside. 9 seconds to shoot. Rice over the ensuing D-box, and a ball that is off the hands of the Kings, and the Lakers will inbound with the fresh 24 seconds on the shot clock. Shaq is in a straitjacket inside.
I mean, you know, Coach Phil Jackson called it a tent. There's no question. Look at that right there. That looks like an igloo right there, all those white jerseys around him. He cannot get the ball or the shot off, and his teammates have got to make shots.
Weber and Rice, they both played at Michigan. Shaq. That ball is over the head of the leaping Ron Harper. A Laker turnover, number 7. The Lakers need to drink in some of that calm of Jackson on the sideline.
Well, they need to drink in a lot of it. This is one of the first times in looking at them that I don't see that air of cockiness. I see just a sense of doubt. They're not moving as energetically as they had been moving.
Levant's working on Shaq. Illegal defense for the first time tonight, pulling on the Los Angeles Lakers.
Well, you know, they need to make some decisions. They need to go down and double up quick. They need to be aggressive. Everything they're doing, their reactions are slow on the Lakers. They're not reacting to loose balls or defense or offense.
Very sluggish, Danny. Very sluggish.
Lakers have only scored 4 points in the last 5 minutes. Weber left uncovered again. Launching a 3, rebound by Shaq.
But Chris can't get away from what gave him success now. He's taking about 4 straight jump shots. He needs to go to the hole.
Harper draping his way down the lane for 2, and he's got 6. Lakers needed some of that.
That's a slow motion fast break right there. 5-on-5. Harper just saw the opening, took it, finished it strong with his long arms.
Sacramento had answers for those kind of Laker plays in the first half. Let's see what they do here. They cough it up. Picked up by Rice. Now to the twirling Bryant. Racing in over Anderson. Rebound by Harper. His 7th rebound tonight. It's off Sacramento.
Well, Sacramento has to be very careful not to lose their psychological edge. They have the Lakers are somewhat questioning themselves right now. You can't get careless and start launching up jump shots. You can't start throwing look-away passes. Weber's got to realize that being a Buffalo was very successful for him. He can't turn back into a butterfly.
Is that not the best, huh? Who writes your stuff,
That
John?
sounded like Muhammad Ali.
Muhammad wanted to be a butterfly. This boy needs to be a buffalo. He needs to go in there and muscle.
Harper the miss. Saved by Anderson. Sacramento only has 4 points this quarter. We got a scrum. Ron Harper showing some intensity.
Well, right now, he may be the only Laker that's showing some intensity, Kevin.
The Kings lead by 9.
Team up with Paramount Pictures MI2 as TNT and TBS invite you to enter the Choose Your Mission sweepstakes. Enter at NBA.com or at Finish Line stores. Winners get to pick 2 great NBA prizes. See Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible 2, May 24th.
Time's roll in a Toyota truck. Just see your Toyota dealer today. We're leading the way.
He's a free agent, and Tim will decide. I don't even discuss it. Tim and I don't discuss it. I won't discuss it publicly. When July comes, Tim will make a decision on what he wants to do.
Antonio Spurs, the first defending champion to lose in the first round since 1984 when the Philadelphia 76ers did it. Sacramento leads by 9. The Lakers have never led. Craig, what do you have?
Well, trainer Gary Beatty was very busy during the Laker timeout. First of all, Glenn Rice has a jammed left thumb. You'll see him playing. It is tape. And Ron Harper called the timeout, came over because he got hit in the head temporarily. He was a little bit dizzy, but he's okay. Kevin?
They need him out there. He's a calming force and truly an extension of Jackson on the floor.
Well, at least it's not his knees. It's only his head. You can't hurt Ron Harper's head. He's too tough.
Weber tries the reverse as he tried to cultivate something on the baseline. And a Laker foul inside as they try to puncture and pierce that Laker defense, which is so good all season. Shaq picks up number 2.
Well, and again, Chris Webber goes to the basket. Every time he's gone to the basket, he's had some success. Every time he's gone away from the basket, you've seen the Lakers pick up momentum.
I think he can score any way he wants out there, and that just put pressure on Shaq again. He beat AC along the baseline, and Shaq had to come over and help.
Well, and particularly because he's such a great passing threat. Anytime a person has the ability to pass, if help comes, it creates a tremendous problem.
You saw the team free throw shooting. Weber now 3 of 6. Kings have stuck with their starting 5 so far this entire third quarter. Rice to O'Neal, triple team. Oh, and somehow it goes in.
Well, AC Green about 3 times in this game, and Robert Horry once, are wide open because Weber and Divac are trapping. If they can ever figure out, make that adjustment, all it is, Shaq jump in the air. He's got AC Green wide open under the basket.
Divac. No double. The reverse. And it's gobbled up by Shaquille O'Neal, dribbling like a guard. And then off to Kobe. Shaq right into Weber. Rebound by Vlade Divac. Came at a good time.
Well, see, they need to run the offense and get some movement, then go into Shaq like that, and then you afford yourself an opportunity to get some offensive rebounds. But just standing around throwing it into him, he's got to make the shot.
Divac. And Rice gets the rebound for the Lakers.
What I want to know is, what is Jason Williams out there? He thinks he's Marcus Haynes dribbling the ball around the court.
Kicking up his heels, baby. Harper into Shaq. 7 seconds to shoot. Doubled by Williams. Divac with another good defensive stand, but may have been called right there and he won't. It's a foul. It's inside, and Vlade Divac picks up his second foul.
Well, Shaq's doing the same thing. He's just being aggressive. He knows the double teams are coming. He's spinning away, trying to just use his big body. I have no idea what else Vlade Divac can do with that defensive possession.
Shaq from the free throw line tonight has gone 2 of 7. Coming on the heels of a 5 of 14 free throw effort on Sunday here.
And it's a big factor because no one's in foul trouble, so they can continue to play hack-a-shack as long as he keeps missing these free throws.
Good point. Missing again. Rebound by Weber. Weber, who led the NBA in rebounding last year, has 10 and a double-double. 17 points, 10 rebounds for Chris Weber. No field goals for over 4 minutes from the field for the Kings. Divac. It's a 9-point game. Divac with 6. Picked up by Williams. Here comes Rice over Weber, who altered the shot. Picked up by Anderson. Nice defense by Weber.
Weber's not guarding anybody, so he's just roaming around the court, making defensive stops.
And then Anderson knocks down a 3.
Well, they seem to be picking up their momentum again. As Danny said about Weber not guarding anybody, one of the reasons why that's happening is that the Lakers are too quick to go for the first option in that triangle offense. They've got to, at least if they're not going to run and they're not fast breaking, is run through the offense to get the Kings to move.
Rice chiseling his way past one Kings defender after another.
You can see it in that whole possession. He was sitting in the lap. Weber, AC Green, he's daring him to shoot outside. When AC's under the basket, he's not being guarded. Plus, he's not getting the offensive rebound.
And there's Corliss Williamson operating in the lane.
Well, and again, posting up. I mean, this is definitely bringing out a means in which you can attack the Lakers. Ironically, even though Shaq is there, you create a problem by going inside with them.
Williamson, Kobe Bryant gets it inside, a whistle had blown. And a second foul called on Kobe Bryant. They're going to call a double foul. Kobe Bryant gets a tee, and Vlade Divac gets a tee.
Kobe makes a great drive. Shaq gets it. He keeps it alive. Kobe, great job right there. All he's trying to do is get Vlade off him right there. Oh, and Vlade flops to get the technical foul. Vlade instigated all of that stuff.
Then he went at him again.
Right here, Kobe gets a great steal. Vlade holds him, and then he comes up to hold him again. And then he flops. I know that Kobe's not that strong.
Shaq gobbles up a shot by Williamson, a foul called inside. Glenn Rice picks up foul number 3. Corliss Williamson is doing a nice job in the second half for him.
Well, the last possession, he gets the easy post up right there. He's aggressive. Whenever an incident like that happens, the referees are always on guard a little bit more, and they're going to blow the whistle a little bit quicker.
Well, it's very foolish on the Kings' part at this point of the game with things going as well as they're going for them. Why would I want to get the Lakers upset in any manner? Let them sleep. Get on out of here with this victory, but you start getting them excited, and then everybody starts to play a little harder, too.
In this series, Corliss Williamson has now gone 7 of 8 from the free throw line. That was his first miss tonight. The end of the series.
You were going to curse him, weren't you?
I hesitated. Kobe Bryant's got 15 points. 3 seconds to shoot for Shaquille O'Neal in a pool of one Sacramento double team after another.
Well,
he's got 18 points.
And AC Green cut through, and there was a double team on Shaq before he even caught that ball. He didn't even have time to get the shot off before the double team arrived.
AC Green guarding Weber. And a foul called with Williamson picking it up.
Williamson trying to be aggressive down there. He's a moose, and when he gets confidence going, he plays very aggressive on the low post, trying to get to the basket and getting Glenn Rice in foul trouble.
Neither team has made a substitution in the second half. Kobe Bryant. Oh, what a great play by Kobe Bryant. One paralyzing move after another.
Well, he thought he was hit on that play. I'm not sure he's not correct about that. The greatness in that play is that they had 4 defenders on the other side watching it. He still got into the paint and got an easy shot.
Gathered himself and showing great presence. Shot clock at 7 for Weber. Blows across the lane into Green. He's got 19 points and 6 have come in this quarter.
Well, and he's going in the right direction, too, towards the basket, rather than standing outside.
You see Green left uncovered. Weber kind of edging up on him. That's Shaq up to Bryant. Shot clock at 7. O'Neal into Blunden. And a foul called on Shaquille O'Neal. Number 3. More flopping, Danny?
I think it's a good call. He's turning right into him. He saw the double team coming. He's trying to do it. He's trying to take away the baseline. Knew that he had help with Shaq in the middle.
Williamson goes out. Stojakovic comes in for the Kings. Lakers stay the same. 1:33 to play in the third. T-Box.
The Lakers got to try to make the Sacramento defense more honest right here. Again, I can't emphasize enough. Chris Webber, you see him right now. He just stands in front of Shaq, double teaming him. He can't get the ball. They don't even guard AC. And Robert Ory maybe has a chance of extending this defense.
That's the first high torque spin we've seen from Shaq today.
Well, it was a great move. He looked. Everybody said, as Danny indicated, everybody's triple teaming. He spun out it on the baseline and still got up. Boy, does that show his quickness.
Under a minute to play here in the third quarter. Kings are shooting 43%. Vlade missing where he just hit from moments ago. Rebound by Rice. Lakers are shooting 40%. Rebounding +5 for the Kings. Shaq again. Has he gained his momentum? Missing right there. Rebound by Green. Rice. With a dazzling array of moves. Kobe Bryant.
Oh, man, that's spectacular. There's no way. Just like we've been talking about AC, Kobe's been killing him throughout this whole series. The two guards, any two guard out there for the Sacramento Kings, it's the same kind of mismatch.
Well, and the phenomenal thing about that, Dan, is he's doing that against the defense that's sitting and looking at the Lakers. Offense doesn't really have a lot of movement in it right now. Bryant is still attacking them and going all the way to the basket.
The amazing thing, as bad as the Lakers have played, and as great as Sacramento plays, he knocks his free throw down. They're only down 8 points.
Now Kobe tonight with 9 points in the quarter, 20 for the game. And 4 of 4 from the free throw line for the Lakers, who staggered at the free throw line in game 3. T-Box against John Sally. Shaq is on the bench. Whoa. And a foul. Assist inside on Spider.
Well, it was in bad defense. It was the same kind of defense that Vlade tried to do on Shaq right there. The only thing is Sally kind of grabbed Vlade coming down, but Vlade lowered his shoulder into Sally, just like Shaq did to Vlade down there.
Well, the interesting thing about it, both of them are two-season pros. Both of them flopped at the same time on the floor, even after the foul.
Kings tonight from the free throw line, 12 of 16. The big three, Bryant, Rice, and O'Neal, with almost 90% of the scoring in the third. Again, no bench and no help.
Well, and that's part of the problem that I was saying, that a lot of the blame has been placed on Shaq, particularly the last game. But he has to get some movement. He has to get some help from his perimeter people in order for him to be open and be able to get some things done in there. The pivot position is a dependent position. It's not an independent position where you can go out and get the ball, bring it down the court, and create your own shot. You're relying on other players.
T-Box again, 9 points, 9 rebounds. His second free throw tonight. Rebound by Robert Ory. Final seconds ticking off in the third. Rice, shadowed by Anderson and Stojakovic, who knocked the ball away and picks up the foul. Stojakovic picks up his first foul tonight.
A chance to cut the lead to 7 to start the fourth quarter. That's a big, big play right there.
Well, and it reflects inexperience, too. I mean, you definitely don't want to, with 1.2 seconds to go, even though Rice is a great shooter, jumping up off balance and fouling it.
And Rice, the 11th best free throw shooter in the NBA. Scott Pollard comes in replacing Anderson. Delk is in the game. Williams, Stojakovic, and Divac.
Well, I think with Shaw, Ori, they got the best shooters off the bench with the best chance of spreading the defense and making them pay for double-teaming Shaq coming in the fourth quarter.
Rade will feed to Delk, and the clock will wind down. Third quarter will come to a close. At halftime, Sacramento led by 11. Their lead is down to 7. Chris Webber, 19 points, 10 rebounds in the game. And a driving force for the Kings, who face elimination if they lose. Right now, at the end of 3 up, 73 to 66. These are the playoffs on TNT tonight from Arco Arena. After 3, the Kings lead the Lakers 73-66 in here tonight's budget rent-a-car fast break. Sacramento leads that category. And then look at the bench points tonight. 22-3 the Kings over the Lakers.
And that's been a key. They've been able to put so much pressure on Shaq underneath. They've got to find a way to hit some outside shots. Phil Jackson said before the season started even, Robert Horry a key. I think he's a key in this fourth quarter.
Well, and it's extremely important for the perimeter people to get moving so it frees Shaq up inside.
Lakers have never led in this game. They've trailed by as many as 13. Halftime by 11. Robert Horry from outside. Rebound by Barry out there at Delk. Stojakovic, Pollard, and Chris Webber, the only starter. Kings with Webber on top. Stojakovic has had a tough night shooting. Tony Delk has been great early, but almost absent in the middle of the game. They haven't needed him. Great move right there by Delk. Giving you a different move with every part of his body.
I don't know what the Lakers were doing defensively. It looked like Kobe was pushing baseline, but the man on the screener was not helping him on the baseline side.
Shaq into a double team. Pollard gets it. Lakers out there with Horry, Shaquille O'Neal, Shaw, Kobe, and Glenn Rice.
Well, with Pollard, Barry, and Delk in the game, the Kings have put energy people in the ball game, and the Lakers are going to have a much difficult time defending them.
Delk again punctures the defense, but Shaq was there, and here comes Kobe. Bryant inside, curving up again, Sacramento's interior.
I think maybe Kobe's the guy that they can't stop. Maybe they need to put more attention, spread the floor, give Kobe the ball at the top of the key, and see who can guard him.
He's got 22 and coming off a playoff career-high 35 on Sunday. Stojakovic with 3. A big shot.
Well, that was a tough shot. And I mean, he's just such a good shooter. You collapse back, and he can hit those shots.
The Kings have splashed 8 3-point shots tonight. Bryant around the Shaquille O'Neal screen. Rebound by Chris Webber. Webber now in the contest with 11 rebounds. This is a different Kings team.
Yes, it is. They're playing with a lot of confidence in front of this home crowd.
Stojakovic with 2 on his own. He's hit 2 in a row.
Well, he's hit 2 in a row, and they're getting ready to call a timeout, and they should, because this crowd will pick this thing up. Really, and looking at it, as much emotions that are involved, the Lakers are still good enough to be back in this ball game.
In the blink of an eye, the Lakers are down by 12.
And right here, you can see Kobe pushing baseline. Robert Horry thinks he's going over the top. Nobody there until Shaq comes over at the basket. Too late. Great shot by Tony Delk.
What a game. What a game.
In the 1979 professional football draft, he was the 82nd player selected. That year, every team passed on him, some teams more than once. So for the next 16 years, Joe Montana passed on them for 40,551 yards.
When you're an original, you do it your own way. Original Coors.
Original Coors, my #1 pick. this series do you think affect your decision whether or not to come back?
I don't know. If anything, it makes me want to come back and play again. I really just enjoyed being out on the floor, win or lose, and I'm not sure if I want to give that up yet.
So you will be back?
Oh, I don't know. I'm going to sit down and talk to the team and just go from there.
Capping off one of the greatest comebacks in the history of sport, Sean Elliott. Our congratulations to him and what a wonderful comeback he's had. Can the Lakers, John, come back all season long? You said, I want to see what this team does when they take one on the chin. They've taken a couple on the chin tonight.
Well, and I expect them to come back, but they certainly are being tested. Everyone put their name automatically on the trophy. This isn't indicative of the fact that it won't be on the trophy, but it certainly is testing what they're made of, because now they're failing an adverse situation, and they've got to show that they're true champions and be able to recover from it.
The thing I like Rick Adelman's position right now is nobody on his team has more than 2 fouls. Shaq too afraid from the free throw line. If they do start getting on a run, or he gets the ball too deep, it's the hack-a-Shaq time.
And look at the fourth quarter bench scoring. Complete dominance by the Kings. Kobe leaning, plunging, and Shaq is there to put it in.
Well, as a matter of fact, that Kobe penetrated to the basket rather than shoot a jump shot. The defense had to come over to help. That left Shaq free enough rather than having 3 people to be able to tap it in.
Shaw, Rick Fox, Horry, Bryant, and Shaq in there for the Lakers. Weber to Delk, doubled, knocked away by Bryant, picked up by Barry. Shot clock is at 5. Around the Weber screen, rebound off the hands of Delk, and the Lakers will inbound. Craig Sager, what do you have?
There's some concern on the Lakers bench and the coaching staff if Shaq is tiring. Remember, in Game 3, he actually asked to come out in the fourth quarter for a couple of minutes. He says he's Superman, has a tattoo, and has a license plate Man of Steel, but he said he was Clark Kent in Game 3. They asked him if he wanted to come out. He said no, he'd give it a try, but they're concerned that he is tiring.
Thank you, Craig. He just missed right there. Shaq was number 4 this season in the NBA in minutes played.
Well, John and I were both talking at halftime. We thought he looked tired in the second half, or second quarter.
Well, and he's going to look tired. As Danny has indicated, he's been double-teamed, triple-teamed. Every time he goes up, he's got 3 or 4 guys on him. And if his offense is not moving on the outside, it's going to stay that way.
Shaq with 14 rebounds, 22 points. Horry across the lane, lost it, pickpocketed by Weber. 2-on-1. Delk from Barry inside.
I tell you what, Barry and Delk are 2 action guys. I mean, these guys are doing the right thing. They're not being conservative. They're coming right at the Lakers.
Shaw to Shaq. Quickly double teamed. Pollard is there. And out of bounds. 12 seconds to shoot for the Lakers, who retain possession.
Well, it all starts with the defensive end right here. We got a 2-on-1 fast break. We see Rick Fox in the game for the first time after his long trip. Tries to foul John Barry. Robert Horry, very passive on defense right there. Gives up the easy lay-in.
Shaw hits Horry. Shot clock at 10. Approaching 8 to play in the game. Shaq clawing into Pollard. Again goes up, and down goes Pollard. Shaq throwing a sledgehammer. And a foul for the 3rd time on Scott Pollard.
Well, a great second effort. Pollard does a good job. He does everything he can do, except you got to try to maintain your position. That's easier said than done. But hey, don't give him a dunk. Put him on the free throw line.
Shaquille O'Neal tonight from the free throw line, 2 of 8.
I thought Pollard got kind of his baptism by fire last year in the playoffs against Karl Malone and did a good job and never backed down once to Karl, and he's not backing down to Shaq.
Good point. The Sacramento team we're seeing is the same team that played Utah so well a season ago in the first round, like they're playing the Lakers.
Well, it almost seems like a new team, particularly in this building. The energy level, the confidence level, they're attacking rather than being conservative, and they are an attack-oriented team. When they're conservative, when they're not running, they're not pushing the ball, not excited, they're not a good team.
Shaq, a couple big free throws.
Well, they were big free throws, and everybody talks about him being tired. He should be tired. Anytime you go into the basket and you've got 3 or 4 guys hanging on you, 3 or 4 guys stopping you from cut, regardless of whether you're 7 feet or not, you're going to get tired.
Shaq has played the most minutes in this game, 39. Bryant has played 38, and a foul is called on Rick Fox. And that is his first, as you see the weary O'Neal.
Well, last time down the court, they double-teamed Weber, and that left Stojakovic for an open jumper. That's like leaving Rice open for a jumper. You don't want to give him an open jumper.
Weber throws it away, and here comes Kobe Bryant.
It's a one-man fast break. Every time the Lakers take off, Kobe is the only one that's in the lane.
Shaq again with the spin and the plunge and a burst to the rack. And a whistle and a foul. Basket will not count. Scott Pollard may have been in the way with 7:28 to play. We're in the fourth, and it's Pollard for a fourth time.
The great thing about that play right there was Weber had to run out to defend Ori on the perimeter because he respects his outside shooting. That left a one-on-one situation for Shaq on the inside. When AC Green's on the court, he never even leaves the paint.
Ryan Shaw for three. Weber is there with another rebound.
And that's the shot that's got to be made, Danny. You've got to hit that shot if you expect Shaq to get some freedom inside. There's no way he's going to have freedom if they don't open it up for him from the outside because everybody's collapsing now.
Delk over Bryant. Fox with the rebound. 7 to play in the game. Bryant again.
Oh, my goodness.
One outstanding, breathtaking play after another. If Bryant weren't here, I hate to think where the Lakers would be. He's got 24.
If Bryant wasn't here, they'd be home right now watching this game. He's been dominating the whole series.
And Weber answers at the other end.
Well, that's the thing that's impressive about the Kings. They didn't taper off. They kept the level of intensity the whole ball game.
Kobe Bryant with 9 seconds to shoot over the defending Tony Delk. Again! Every chamber is filled for Kobe Bryant. 26 for the game.
How good is this guy going to be, Coach? 2 years from now, he's already unbelievable.
Well, he's as good as he wants to be. I mean, when you look at him, the defense behind him is very similar to what happens to Shaq. I mean, he's scoring against a set defense, and that's phenomenal for somebody to be able to do that and even penetrate.
In a town where things aren't quite right, it takes a real expert to track down what's gone wrong. Fargo, Saturday night at 8 on TNT.
Kobe Bryant is in his zone, and he is keeping the Los Angeles Lakers alive with his shooting. 15 points in the second half. And you can see right from game 1 through tonight that he has just been simply incredible. Craig, what do you have?
The whole attention, obviously, in the Sacramento huddle was how to stop Kobe Bryant. They said you have to deny him the ball. Well, obviously, he brings the ball up the floor, but he's throwing it down low and going into the post. They said make him work. Normally, Tyrone Portland would come into the game and guard him, but he's out with a sprained ankle. Kevin?
Good point, Craig. Suffered it in game 3.
I got a surprise for you, though. Tyrone Corbin can't guard him healthy either.
Stojakovic with the miss. Rebound by Shaw out there with Ori, O'Neal, Bryant, and Fox. Basically the bench out there for the Kings, except for starters Weber and Divac. Here comes Kobe Bryant again. Over Delk. Again, he puts it down.
You know, those are very hard-earned shots. He's working for everything he's getting right now. If they go the ball into Shaq right now, they can get a wide-open shot for Fox, Ori, or Brian Shaw anytime they want and get right back in this game.
5.5 to play. 6-point game, as close as it's been in the second half. John Barry puts one down. That's a pretty good answer.
And that's just a wide-open shot because they can't defend Weber one-on-one. They got to leave Stojakovic, Barry, or Delk wide open, and that's a no-win situation.
Poked away by Weber. 3-on-2 behind the back. Stojakovic back into Weber. Shaq inside and a foul. 11-point lead again by the Kings.
Well, that's the third time in a row he's caught the ball. They fouled him before he could get the shot up.
Divac picked up his third foul. Rice will come in. Fox will leave for the Lakers with 4:47 to play.
They still got a lot of fouls to give. They don't even have to double team Shaq. They can just keep fouling him and not even allow any of those guys to get open threes.
Shaw. Rebound by Divac. Rice is on Stojakovic. Shot clock is down to 7. Stojakovic. Another rebound by Shaw. Shaq again. Jousting with Divac. Rejected by Weber.
I don't know about that one. That might have been a goaltender.
From my angle, it was definitely on its way down. Even though it was going to the glass, it was coming down.
Under 4 to play. Tony Delk open, top the key. Robert Horry grabs the rebound. Kings are shooting 43%. Lakers 40%.
Well, and the thing that amazes me about the Lakers is that they have no one filling the lanes even on this basket. Even though Kobe is able to make these shots and Shaq is made away, but they have to work too hard. The Lakers aren't getting any free baskets off a transition.
And right now, Shaq and Kobe both are not trusting their teammates. They haven't been making any shots. They're wide open all over the court, and they're trying to do it on their own.
Nicely orchestrated 3-on-2. Weber got it back and drops the anvil. 89-78. The Kings looking to upset the Lakers again.
After 6 weeks, how does the Dr. Scholl's Dynastep Sport insert feel?
I mean, he's playing both ends of the court. He's picked up his defense intensity. Always was a great scorer. And I think he's picking and choosing when he can take over the game. And he has that the glimpse of Michael, you know, especially in the fourth quarter, because he has so many different moves, and the triangle offense works well in his favor.
He's been great.
He's had an unbelievable game, and he's had an unbelievable series. He's had an unbelievable year and a career. This guy has nothing but blue sky ahead of him. He's unbelievable, but he's got to find a way to trust his teammates. His teammates have got to help him out if they're going to go very far this year in the playoffs.
John, as I take a look at the Sacramento Kings in the most crucial time of the game, most of the bench that they've relied on most of the season is out there, including Barry, Stojakovic, and Delk. That says a lot about what Rick Adelman, the coach of the Kings, thinks about these guys with Williams on the bench.
Well, it says an awful lot about them because they're action people. You look at what Barry and Delk has brought to the game, Stojakovic shooting outside. These guys didn't come in being conservative. They came in maintaining aggressiveness.
Robert Horry with the 3, just the 3rd 3 tonight by the Lakers. In contrast, the Kings have 9. It's an 8-point game with 3:17 to play.
They can get that open 3, or they're going to get Shaq to the foul line anytime they want.
Oh, the double team. What a pass by Chris Webber to Divac.
Well, that was just one hell of a pass. I mean, you catch the ball in a game pressured like this and drop it behind the back pass. Weber is just a great passer. That was just an excellent pass.
Shaq again was whacked inside. Divac was defending. O'Neal will go to the line, the 4th on Divac.
Right here, you take the double team. It takes too long to get there. Look where Weber's posted up. He's too far off the block, so it spaces the defense out. Very difficult to double team a player that far off the block, especially when he can see you coming.
The Los Angeles Lakers have not led at all in this game. We had an early tie at 2, but the Lakers have trailed in this game by as many as 13, but they have never led. O'Neal again from the free throw line, 5 of 11, now 5 of 12. A lost ball inside, dug out by Stojakovic.
But you have to give Shaq credit. Even though he missed that, I mean, he's still hustling and working hard in there.
We are just under 3 minutes to Game 5, which you'll see Friday night on TNT from the Staples Center in downtown Los Angeles. Weber, tip-top, draw, pass. Shaw with the rebound. The Kings, for a second consecutive time, facing elimination and staring it right in the eye. Here comes Weber with Delk, flies inside. Delk to the right, tapped in by Weber. Delk is down. A foul on Robert Horry, who picks up number 2.
Well, the defense causes a turnover right there. Great pass. Delk goes to the basket. Roberts timing it for the block. Right there, Delk holds him off with his off arm, but gets the call. Good hard foul by Robert Horry.
Delk, one of 3 Kings bench players, John, in double figures. Stojakovic has 10. Barry has 11, and Delk has 12.
Well, and there within lies the story, because they got a lot of help off of their bench. They started off well. They picked the momentum up of the crowd, and then the people came in off of the bench like Delk. Barry came off of the bench. These guys kept the momentum going, and that's been extremely significant tonight.
Lakers had a second chance to finish off Sacramento tonight. Trailing by 10. Kobe contorts, flies, and is fouled.
Well, the interesting thing about what Kobe is doing is everybody in the building knows that he's going to the basket. The defense is set, and he has as much problem as Shaq is, and is still being successful because he's driving against a set defense.
Divac has 5 fouls, 19 in the second half for Kobe Bryant, who Danny time and time again is driving right into the teeth of the Kings defense.
Well, and it's very difficult right now because Glenn Rice is the next pass, and Glenn Rice's man does not want to leave him open for a shot. The man in the middle has to help Kobe on the penetration. Second thing is Shaq is taking up Vlade Divac's space underneath. He's trying to fight him for position and offensive rebounding. So Kobe's getting all the way to the basket and having his way.
LA has missed 9 at the free throw line. Kings will call a timeout. 2:09 to play. Phil Jackson had a chance to eliminate the Kings tonight. He's trailing.
Man, I'm hungry. Spinning baseline and scoring +1. Payton. Oh, what a move.
Gary Payton has attacked from the moment this game has started.
And join Danny, John, Craig, and myself tomorrow night up at Key Arena for the Seattle Supersonics Utah Jazz game. 8 o'clock tomorrow on TNT. Phoenix with a win over the defending NBA champion San Antonio Spurs will meet the winner of the Lakers in Sacramento, which right now has all kinds of feeling to go into Game 5. 2:09 to play. Lakers trailing 92-83.
Well, they're trying to pressure now, and I think it's a problem because Delk is so quick now that the Lakers' big guards work against them unless you are doing what Kobe is doing, trying to deny him from getting the basketball.
Stojakovic into Weber. Twisting around Horry. And the rebound is reeled in by Shaw. Back to Kobe the other way. Looking for a trailer, and no one was there. And Stojakovic has it, and it's fouled. 13 Los Angeles turnovers tonight. Let's go into the mind of Phil Jackson right now, John.
Well, you know, I think he's trying to get them together and salvage as much as he can, but the blow has been struck on the chin, Kevin. This is the thing that I was saying to you, that once the blow is struck on the chin, more than likely the Lakers, if this thing goes back to L.A., will end up winning it. But it gives confidence to a lot of the other teams in the league in being able to see a game like this.
Horry with the steal. Here comes Shaw. A running 3. No good. Rebound by Barry. Rebounding tonight, tied at 46, and that is so crucial for the Kings, staying stride for stride with the Lakers on the glass.
Absolutely, and that's been the key. They've been out-rebounded by over 9 a game on average. But the rest of the league right now is, I guarantee you, they're looking at these last 2 games, and they're saying, boy, you've got to double-team Shaq and make the rest of the guys beat you.
Well, I think you double-team Shaq, and not only do you hack a Shaq, but you attack a Shaq. You don't put yourself in a situation where you stand out and just shoot shots. This Sacramento team has proven by attacking him, you're going to make him a little bit more conservative on defense. The other thing that they do is that they run. Very few teams have I seen this year running the way this Kings team will run. So if a team runs and attacks Shaq, it makes it a much more difficult game for the Lakers.
You've got to go back to 1997 when Phil Jackson was still coaching the Chicago Bulls to find the last time A Jackson-coached team lost 2 consecutive playoff games.
Well, and hold that point, because your question about what is Phil thinking, that's not the issue. The issue is what is his players thinking. Phil has won a lot of championships.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. But this is, this is so interesting because the Lakers will probably win Game 5, but the confidence is growing in the Sacramento Kings basketball team.
Lakers have never led, and they trail now by 9.
I refuse to.
There's the reset. Neither team a foul to give. Sacramento on top by 9. Coming up on Inside the NBA, presented by Hyundai, Peter Bessie and Darrell Walker join Ernie and Kenny the Jet inside Studio A. So of all the highlights and reactions from all of tonight's playoff games, San Antonio losing to Phoenix. The Suns advance. Portland drops Minnesota. All coming up next on Inside the NBA. Kings out there with Weber, Stojakovic, Divac, Jason Williams back on the floor, and Barry. Williams has only played 1 minute in this fourth quarter with 1:24 to play. Shaq has been brought out by Divac. Weber will take it into Orr. Double by Shaq. Once again, Divac left uncovered. Another great pass by Chris Weber.
Well, what happened is Shaq came over to make the double team, and Weber is such a great passer that he just threw a reverse behind the back pass and went under the basket.
Bryant missing the 3. Shaw cleans it up. Weber with the rejection. Here comes John Barry. Clock continues to tick. We're at 56 seconds and a Los Angeles Laker foul. What were the Lakers thinking?
I have no idea. I don't understand this. They're double teaming and there's no rotation. It's like the rest of the players don't know that Vlade is going down the basket. Shaq is double teaming, and Glenn Rice is standing toe-to-toe with Stojakovic on the weak side. That's the second time that's happened. That's awful basketball.
John Thompson looks like an old Pete Carrill play.
Well, exactly. Pete believes in a lot of passing, a lot of cutting, and hopefully he's well in watching this, because I talked to Adam, and he said that Pete was doing a lot better, but he wanted to stay home and watch it on TV.
Longtime college coach and current Kings assistant Pete Carrill with a heart attack on Saturday, resting comfortably tonight. Our thoughts and prayers are with him. But that's the kind of play he would have taught at Princeton. A miss by Kobe. Inside loose, volleyball around, picked up by Divac, off to Bryant. And it's a defensive foul inside on the Sacramento Kings. And they assess it to Barry, who picks up his second of the game.
Going back to the double team, it's a lot harder. It's like when Michael Jordan played. It's so hard to double from that medium post range, a few feet off the block. That's where Weber's catching the ball. It's a very difficult double team. Come Game 5, because this game's over, they've got to find an answer for Weber, and they've got to be able to knock down some perimeter jump shots. And I think the Laker perimeter shooters come Game 5 will be much more prepared.
I'll tell you what else they have to do, Danny. They have to get out of this arena with all this atmosphere that's in here, because the Kings certainly did play on it and use it. They played quickly, they penetrated, they trapped, they set a tone that is very difficult for the Lakers to play against.
Lakers from the free throw line have missed 10 tonight. They're 19 of 29. 43 seconds left in the game. Third foul is assessed Robert Orr. 96-84. Biggest Sacramento lead tonight has been 13. Up by 12 right now. We have the makings of Game 5 coming up Friday in Los Angeles. This crowd tonight, as Barry hits the first, has simply been unbelievable. Deafening. An insane asylum.
This crowd has always been good. When I played with Sacramento, when we won 28 games, it was great. But the great balance, there we see the owner. They were happy with the win of Game 4, and that's an extra $1 million in their pocket.
They've been blocking our vision, Danny, all game. They're so happy.
The great balance by Sacramento. 6 guys in double figures.
John Barry hitting another one. Barry has a career playoff high. 15 points for the Sacramento Kings. The dejected Lakers. The jubilation for the Kings. 43 seconds to play in Game 4. It's the Kings up top by 14 points.
And good morning. Here's the news from Wall Street. AT&T One Rate 7-cent plan. One simple rate all day, every day. By Gatorade Thirst Quencher, helping you play longer and stronger when it counts the most. Gatorade, is it in you? By ML.com, the smartest place to invest online. And by Budget, who has a variety of great rental cars for people who like renting great cars.
There's only one playoff game tomorrow night in the NBA, and we will be there on TNT beginning at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. The Utah Jazz, surprised by Seattle in Game 3, will play Game 4 tomorrow. Utah still leads the series. The Sonics will face elimination, but they've made some moves within their team. Rashard Lewis is starting, but there's always Stockton and Malone to contend with. The Kings bench tonight has outscored the Lakers 39-6. Shaq is out. Knight is in. The white flag has been raised by Los Angeles.
Well, and really the Kings' defensive effort was just as exciting as their offensive effort. They maintained the intensity the whole ball game. Shaq probably, is really tired now because they collapsed on him, they pulled on him, they grabbed on him.
And hemmed in, Stojakovic is fouled. Sacramento has beaten Los Angeles here this season 2 times and lost to them by just a point another time. So the success of the Kings at home against the Lakers is true. I mean, there's nothing phony about it.
No, there's nothing phony about it. This crowd is real, and they're definitely a home court team. Much better home court basketball team than they are a road team.
Well, and I think a lot of it has to do with the style, too, that the crowd gets caught up in a fast, exciting pace of game. They want to press. They want to run. They want to get out, throw exciting passes, and they add their element of attacking. They definitely attack shots and created some problems.
We'll have a beauty for you Friday night on TNT from the Staples Center, which will be in full throat. Here comes Bryant the other way. Kobe almost single-handedly has kept the Lakers in this game. 22 seconds to play. It's an 11-point game. 32 points tonight as Jackson has watched Kobe Bryant explode for 12 in this quarter. Bryant had 35 game 3. He has 32 tonight. Here you see Vlade Divac, the ex-Laker, with 13 points and 11 rebounds.
Well, Chris Webber is kind of set the tone for this game by rather than going outside early in the ball game, got the ball inside and start very aggressively going to the basket. And they never recovered from that.
After tonight on Inside the NBA with the crew back in Studio A, all kinds of Los Angeles Laker reaction. John Barry, a playoff career high, 17 points, 9 in the quarter. Kobe at 3, short, picked up by Webber, taken by Williams, and that's it. The series goes back to Los Angeles for Game 5. Take it away.
Well, I'm with Chris Webber, Vlade Divac, a very happy Sacramento Kings team. First of all, Chris, Coach Thompson said you set the tone early, going down low, being aggressive, and you guys never let up.
Well, I'm a follower of Coach Thompson. I know he does well with big men, and he's right. I want to get into the paint and start it off early and just be aggressive. I just thank God, man, for letting us fight back. Everybody thought it was over, baby.
So many times at the end, as you said, people thought the Lakers would come back. You had a couple of great defensive plays, one on the steal off of Kobe. You worked it with Peja, behind the back. Then later, behind the back pass to Vlade. The style was there. Did you play off the crowd?
Well, no, those were necessity. On that baseline, when Vlade cuts behind me, I couldn't see over Big Shaq, but I'm glad he got the ball and he finished, and I'm just proud of this organization and this team because it would have been so easy to quit the other day. It would have been so easy to lose at home and just have a vacation and say it's over. We're playing against some good guys. We feel good, baby. We're going back to L.A.
That's right. There's nobody that can guard Shaq one-on-one, but you certainly have tried your best. You've gotten some help. How tough was the assignment, and did you see Shaq tiring it off?
Well, nobody can stop Shaq, obviously. I think we played pretty good team defense on him. Trying to force him to take best shots, and I think we did a good job tonight.
There's one incident down there between you and Kobe. You both got technical fouls. What happened?
That's all. I mean, nothing happened. It's just, something, that you try to, motivate yourself and play hard. We're fine. Don't worry about it. We'll have a good game on Friday. That's what we tried to do, fourth, fifth game, and we did a good job.
So many people did not count you guys in. They said it was over. You've been playing this game for a lot of years, both overseas and here. How much confidence does this win give you?
Well, we knew from day one we can play against the Lakers. They're a better team, of course, on the paper, but sometimes, a better team doesn't win. So we have to really play hard like we played tonight and put ourselves in situation to win the game.
Now that your game face is fine all night, can you smile after this victory?
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm gonna enjoy it with my friends from LA. They came here to see the game and then go tomorrow to LA.
All right, thanks. Last bet back to Kevin, Danny, and Coach.
All right, thank you. Weber had 23, Kobe had 32, and Friday night we will be at the Staples Center for the fifth and deciding game, Lakers and Sacramento. Stay tuned for Inside the NBA. A lot of Laker reaction too tonight. They've got to be stunned. Once again, our final score, 101-88 Sacramento for John Thompson, Danny Ainge, Craig Sager, our entire crew. Kevin Harlan saying good night from Sacramento. Our producer, Mike Burks, our director, Lonnie Dale. After a quick break, Ernie and the gang will get you caught up from Studio A. The Sacramento Kings are alive and kicking, facing elimination for the second consecutive game. The Kings live to play another day. This is the NBA on TNT.